Guess who took his day off to get a haircut? It wasn't me. It still wasn't me. Actually, I didn't even put any like hair stuff in, so this might just flop. I might get like a perfect center. See this? I might just get like a perfect center part over the course of the stream. You know, just like a flawless flawless division. Why shave? Well, you have to shave your neck. Is that your ugly Christmas sweater? I don't believe in ugly Christmas. Listen, okay, ugly Christmas sweaters are a bourgeois lie. Okay, the so-called ugly Christmas sweater was originally supposed to be something your Mima knitted for you. Now, what do? You go out buy something made out of plastic for $36 at Kohl's? Fuck you. Okay. If you're wearing an ugly Christmas sweater, it had better be because somebody you love knitted it for you. And if it wasn't, then I think you're a cynical hack, and I think you're bourgeois, and I think that you're a failure spiritually, morally. What if I thrifted it? Bourgeois. Going on a date today, some of your advice genuinely helped my life and helped me achieve getting a date, so thanks, bro. I'm really happy to hear that. Enjoy your date today. Woo, a Christmas season date, you know, a holiday season date. That's great. Maybe I can't say Christmas, maybe you're Jewish, I don't know. Wonderful. Yeah, I saw a bunch of Twitter discourse over the Adam something video. I didn't realize that it had inspired so much controversy. You guys got to keep me appraised. You know, otherwise I have no idea what the hell is going on out there. I've been doing Christmas prep stuff. I've been buying presents, wrapping presents. What do you mean day off? You're unemployed? Well, you know, unemployed people can testify that they also take days off, you know? There are days where you act like you're unemployed, and there are days where you act like you're retired. That's true. Ain't this a job? Eh. The IRS says that it is, and that I need to be taxed for it. Oh, shit. I need to do my last quarterly tax run. I almost forgot. Um, Glad I just reminded myself. Otherwise, I might have forgotten. You know, the first time I forgot that independent contractors have to do things quarterly, the IRS billed me $8,000 for the interest on the unpaid quarterly taxes. Yeesh. Do you write off anything, everything? Do you write off anything as a business expense? Paying my editors, yeah. That seems fair to me, right? I don't, in my opinion, I don't think I should be taxed for like the money that I give the people I employ. I mean, listen, maybe there are some differing opinions on that. There are people who think I should be taxed on that. I think if I was taxed on that, I would have negative money every year, you know? Haircut equals business expense. I could make a legitimate argument for that, I feel, you know? Hey, hey, a single espresso? That's okay. I've got GERD anyway. My double espresso? They're in it's in the kitchen. Yeah, it is. No, no, no. It's pushed back there, but it's there. You'd have to crouch down to see it. You don't have to dig. Also, you're shorter than me. It should be easier for you to... Look at this gorgeous mug that I got from a creator's market at the excellent store Glasswing over in Cap Hill. It's actually made from a... This was the, to my knowledge, the only thing, or the only vendor at that market that was from Seattle. Everything else was Japanese. They had like $500 bowls and stuff like that. But look, it's an espresso cup. That's a single espresso. It's very small. See? It's super, super cute. Having money is bourgeois. I agree. That's why I always venture to spend it as quickly as I can on, you know, clothing or whatever. That way I don't have the money and I'm no longer bourgeois. An AI nerd complained about you for 20 minutes? On what? This is a small channel, no free clout. But also I'm kind of curious. Huh? That's weird. I thought I already connected the Chrome window. Oh, there we go. I guess it only registers if I have AP open when I first... Whatever. YouTube Luddites hate AI art. We're doing Silverface. That's not that bodes poorly. Bad like to dislike ratio. Okay. 1 year ago. Oh, this isn't current. Come on, come on, come on, come on. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. No, no, no. We're not dredging. We don't need to dredge, okay? We don't need to do the hit 2024 indie fishing Lovecraftian game dredge. We don't need to. We do real news here. Real news here. Like giant lazy Susans bring people together at Mississippi restaurant. Well, that's nice. Not like there's anything else newsworthy going on at the moment. You guys want to know something crazy? Hold on 1 second. Let me see if No Man Walks Alone still has their Mon Italy hand knit sweaters. Learning how to knit a sweater, actually not that difficult. Nowhere near as demanding as some other types of like knitting that you can do, you know? But since material costs are not the expensive part of most constructive processes, it's labor. Same with making houses, same with making clothing. This is a hand-knit Mon Italy sweater that I've always wanted. Camilla knit, $600, okay? Very high quality, hand-knit in Mexico. Very, very good product, great company. But if you learned how to knit, you could make this yourself with very little money invested in the resources. You just need to spend a lot of time. At the end of the day, that's what you're paying for. You're paying for other people's time. You have to do color switch as well. Yeah. I mean, you know, it's an effort. It's an effort. How many hours though? I think that if you knew the pattern and you got good at knitting, like you had a general skill for it, you could make something not necessarily of this quality, but you could put a sweater together probably in I'd say 8 to 10. That's for your first time. If you got like really good at belting it out, you might be able to do it a lot faster. 8 to 10 minutes? Yeah, 8 to 10 minutes. I don't think that one would actually be that long because it's a relatively loose knit, but maybe I'm wrong. I thought you meant like this quality. Well, the material quality would be the same, you know? Getting wool yarn is not that expensive. I mean, high quality wool yarn. Yeah, it's just not, it's at the end of the day, it comes down to the time invested in construction. Anyway, we're already wasting time. This is asinine, okay? This is asinine. Just shave it yourself. True. Trump administration canceled a whole bunch of ongoing wind construction projects. Not just canceling funding to new development or whatever, but like shutting down ones that were already in the middle of being built. It's 20 to 40 hours for an expert knitter? Really? I've heard different reports, but okay, I'll take your word for it. The administration says the pause will give the Interior Department, which oversees offshore wind, time to work with the DoD and other agencies to assess the possible ways to mitigate any security risks posed by the projects. Have we considered the possibility that the wind turbines might blow America away? Don't know if you care, but there's some ridiculous discourse about the new Odyssey movie since the trailer came out. I can't watch movie trailers on stream. What's the discourse? You've just linked me a bunch of images. There's some ridiculous... Stir Silver, I want you to show proof for your work. Where is the ridiculous discourse? Greek Darth Vader is better than historical accuracy. What's the discourse? You've just given me a post. Why are people expecting historical realism from the Odyssey film? You realize the Odyssey is fake, right? Did you think the stuff that happened in the Odyssey all really happened? Like some of it did, but not all of it. It's not like it's not a historical like narrative. Not really. I just think it looks like dog shit. I think he looks cool. I think the costumes look cheap. Yeah, well, whatever. Will there be lots of naked men? Nah, Nolan's a pussy. People were saying it looks 3D printed. I don't know. I'm indifferent. I will tell you one thing. This is the reason why you could not make the Lord of the Rings trilogy today. All of the Hollywood experts who made the incredible like sets and props and so on, costumes that they had in the Lord of the Rings that made it look and feel so real, all those people are dead and out of work now. Hollywood decided that what all they needed was computers. All the Avengers films just need computers. You don't need like set designers building cool, interesting rooms or props or costumes or whatever. Everything, it's all computer. So unfortunately, now if you want to make like a big historical epic, it's really, really difficult to find the talent to get people to make those props. So if everything looks 3D printed, maybe it is. At least Wicked made sense. I saw one clip from the second Wicked movie, and it looked awful. Like, it looked like the shit people make fun of Avengers for, but worse. It was so gray and like bloom. It looked like an Unreal 5 movie, you know? Everything looks Unreal 5 now. Wait, is this shot actually from the movie? I saw people on Twitter making fun of this. I thought this was like a shitty 3D edit. Is this actually from the movie? This does look like ass. Why does it look like this? Why is it yeah, why is it Minecraft? It looks awful. This looks really bad. I didn't know it was from the movie. It looks like a, what are they called? Zach Films render? The prisoner was inserted into the brass bowl, and the lid was closed. A fire was lit beneath the, you know what I mean? Like, this is only meant to be shown for like 2 seconds. Eh. Everything's slop now. No helping it. Nothing can be done. Civilization peaked. And coincidentally, it peaked when I was a child. When I was in high school. Did Vosh think Lord of the Rings was filmed in Hollywood? Or, sorry, was made in Hollywood? Do you think something being made in Hollywood means that it was filmed in Hollywood? Like, do you think that when people say something comes from Hollywood, what they mean is that the actual filming process took place in Hollywood and that anything that was filmed outside of Hollywood not necessarily have been made in Hollywood? Shooting on location is a myth? Well, it is now. Back with Lord of the Rings, they did just shoot in Middle-earth. Pretty cool of them. You were made in Hollywood? I was made in the Valley, but close enough, you know? You see Tate and Jake Paul getting their asses kicked at the weekend? Yeah, I don't really care, to be honest. It's not my scene. Beverly Hills is not the Valley, Lilith and Chino. Why are you do you think I don't know that? Thank you for the correction. I was laboring under the mistaken impression that Beverly Hills was the Valley. Every time I said I was from Beverly Hills, I was including like north of the. What are you talking about? Yeah, obviously. I moved to Beverly Hills when I was 2 years old. Are you not happy about Jake Paul getting his jaw broken? Because who the fuck cares? I don't give a shit. He's a fascist? Yeah, so are you, but I'm not rooting for your downfall. Bleh. Paramount is sweetening its hostile takeover bill for Warner Bros. Discovery with an irrevocable personal guarantee from Larry Ellison, who is putting up $40.4 billion of equity financing for the company's offer. Yeah, whatever, man. Who cares? Who literally, like, who the fuck cares anymore? Barry Weiss is teabagging CBS like every single day. Who gives a shit? Who fucking cares? Hey, before we get into that, can I get this fucking thing off my plate so that people can stop emailing me about it? Because I'm getting really sick of it. Every fucking day, somebody talks about it in stream chat or they bring it up over email. Why are people saying that Trump's ballroom is a cover for an AI data farm, which makes no sense? I'm watching this for as long as it takes for me to feel like I've settled the issue.
Look, Trump is not building a
No
ballroom.
hate to this lady.
This much, I feel like, is obvious. I made a video about this a few weeks ago, giving my thesis of what I think is actually being built, and that video got taken down on my TikTok after about 8 million views, so I re-uploaded it here. And if you haven't seen that one yet, I recommend going over and watching that because it gives you a good basis for where we're starting out from. But I wanted to follow up on my theory, okay? Because in the original video, while I had some solid architectural analysis from Andrew Kerr, it was mostly based off of like a gut instinct, you know, and my own pattern recognition. And since then, I have been digging deep, scouring the web across databases and looking for records, and I have come back with actual receipts, like some actual verifiable public record receipts. And now my theory is stronger than ever, okay? Because I know that Trump is not building a ballroom. He's building an underground data center, and I have the receipts now to prove it. But really quick, if you want to read all of the sources and the documentation for yourself from this video, then they're all going to be linked at the bottom of my Substack, the Dre Dossier, and that's going to be in the description below. And your support means the world to me, so please like this video.
I'm not irritated with her. I'm irritated with chat because it keeps getting brought up. I just want to know what she's saying.
Thinking, okay, well, where did you even come up with this idea, right? And to that I would say, well, where does one come up with any evil genius idea? Larry Ellison, of course, my nemesis. You see, a few months back, I was doing a deep dive on Larry Ellison and his relationship with Israel and the war in Gaza. And it was during that research I came across something about Oracle building these underground data centers in Jerusalem in 2021. See, they were 9 stories deep under solid bedrock, about 160 feet underground, and designed to survive missile strikes. I mean, they were completely invisible from satellites. See, Israel needed data sovereignty, a place where their most sensitive military data could live that was physically unhackable and under complete government control. And when you're running these classified military operations, intelligence gathering, or government AI systems, you can't just have that data sitting in some commercial cloud that might be in another country or vulnerable to attack. And after learning all of that, I remember thinking to myself, all right, well, we're going to just go ahead and put a pin in this for now, right? Like, this is all really fascinating, but I don't know what to do with any of this information, but I'm sure that it'll come in handy later. And later in handy did it come, because fast forward a few months and I'm reading about Trump's new ballroom announcement, and that pattern recognition side of my brain starts tingling. Why, you ask? Well, let me just read the specs out loud to you, okay? Because Oracle's underground facilities...
Stuff like this to me is one of the big, I don't know, slopulism red flags. The thing that makes me most suspicious about the way in which conspiracy theories are presented is when they're meant to make you special. Like, this is the big, and it's correct, right? Like the big thing people say about conspiracy theorists. The conspiracy theorist is a person who wants to be special. This, oh, my pattern recognition, my brain tinkled, I put it together, you know? Like, it's one thing to think things are suspicious, but another thing to frame it in this narrative that's meant to be, like, emotionally satisfying. But I know a lot of people feel that way, so whatever.
Jerusalem...
Is this lady just JQing right now? No, and you're retarded. Learn what words mean. All of you need to learn what words mean. You guys are so fucking desperate to put together tenuous connections. People in chat, this is JQ slot, this is da-da-da, this is white Candace Owens. You have no idea what you're talking about. Off the bat, you're just like, you're desperate to prejudge, okay? Learn to hold your tongue.
90,000 square feet and cost around $319 million. Trump's ballroom is about 90,000 square feet and $300 million and climbing. Curious. And then on
No,
January
that's not really that
21st,
interesting.
2025, you have Trump's first full day in office, and Larry Ellison is standing next to him and Sam Altman, and they're giving this White House announcement about Project Stargate. Now, I'm not kidding when I say I could write an entire dissertation on January 21st, because they gave us so much information in that announcement that I feel like, quite frankly, many of us just glazed over. And I've broken it down ad nauseum in other videos and over on my Substack, but the short version is this. Project Stargate is this $500 billion AI infrastructure initiative for government operations, defense intelligence, and consolidating federal data across agencies. Because all of these AI initiatives Trump and his team keep launching need infrastructure. They need servers, power, cooling, and security. And then you look over to who's donating to Trump's ballroom project, right? And the coincidences just keep stacking up on one another. And so I'm sitting here thinking to myself, okay, if this is actually what's happening, right? If this is actually what's being built, then there's got to be some evidence somewhere.
Not a single piece of information has been presented so far. I'm getting like increasingly irritated with people in chat brought this up and the people who emailed me over it.
Like, you can't just build an underground data center without leaving any paper trail. And so I start digging, right? Because the first thing I want to know is who's actually building this thing. So their lead contractor is Clark Construction. And I went to their website to see what kind of projects they normally work on. And under their critical facilities division, here's what they publicly list. So you've got National Geospatial Intelligence Agency campus, a CISA cybersecurity headquarters, UCENTCOM headquarters at MacDill Air Force Base. I'm reading all of this thinking, okay, so these guys build some serious government facilities. Like, these are no joke. But then I'm thinking, okay, well, if they're this comfortable touting these publicly listed, high security projects, then what aren't they listing? So I keep digging a little further, right?
Wait, what? That's oh my god, the fucking conspiracy brain slopulous low IQ bullshit. Fucking what? If they're willing to acknowledge they've worked on government projects, then what ungovernment unprojects have they unworked on? What?
I'm going through these different government contract registries, procurement records, that kind of thing. And then bingo, I found some redacted contracts for Clark Construction, some
redacted contracts? What?
Top secret contracts, it looks like, and you'll never guess who they're for. Well, I mean, we can't guess because they're redacted, but I mean the type of job they're for. Guess what kind of job they're for. If you guessed data centers, you'd be correct. And it's not even like one or two of these kinds of contracts.
Are there like sources being provided in the... All documents and sources are linked to my Substack. Where? If you're new here and want the full context, the investigative series with the source can be found below. Part 4B, Part 7, Part 9, Part 11?
The company that just convinced Congress to ban TikTok is also helping Oracle buy it. Well,
Okay.
right? Not even three. I found six redacted contracts for data centers that they built around the US. And again, I'll link all of these contracts in my Substack if you want to go check them out, but they're just listed as literally confidential client data centers 1 through 6. And the client names are obviously classified because the facilities themselves, I'm sure, are classified. I mean, Clark's own description of their work says that they focus on security and survivability, reliability and redundancy, and complex critical facilities. So the company whose specialty is building classified data centers for clients that they can't even name is building the ballroom. Okay, sure, Jan, sure. And here's where it gets even more interesting, because Clark Construction holds a NAVFAC contract, Naval Facilities Engineering Systems Command, with a $950 million ceiling. And the way these contracts work is admittedly very clever. So the total value of these contracts is public, but the individual task orders, like the actual work that's being done, that can be considered classified, which means they can hide the true value, cost, and scope of projects by funneling them through these pre-existing military construction contracts. So not only do they specialize in classified data centers, but they...
Not gonna lie, this is kind of a boring conspiracy. Yeah, it's like, why would the government ever need to do this? Like, the government, the Pentagon alone has a budget of $1 trillion a year. Couldn't, like, there are so many places... The government can build data centers, like, whenever they want. They don't need to, like, lie about it. The government has ongoing construction projects all over the country where they build, like, it's not really top secret. The government builds bunkers and data centers and so on and so forth. It's not, like, crazy or weird. They have to do that stuff. Every government on earth that can afford to tries to do that. It's not even a corruption thing.
Have a mechanism to hide what they're actually building. And then on December 4th, something pretty wild happened. Trump fired his ballroom architect. His name was James McCreary, and he was this classical architect who designs these beautiful churches and historic buildings, designing buildings like the Cathedral of the Most Sacred Heart of Jesus and the Supreme Court gift shop. I mean, say what you will about the guy, but he's got range. But alas, Trump replaced him with a different architect, a guy by the name of Shalom Baranes. When I say I went to look this man up and my jaw dropped to the floor, so a little background on him. After 9/11, when the Pentagon needed to be rebuilt and hardened against future attacks, they hired Shalom Baranes. Yeah, this man designed the post-9/11 hardening project for the Pentagon, the secure wedges, the skiffs, the bomb-resistant architecture. This was all Shalom. And skiffs, by the way, are sensitive compartment information facilities. They have electromagnetically shielded rooms for classified intelligence work and are built to survive missile attacks. And it's important you know what skiffs are because this...
That's fucking crazy. Why would they ever need something like that at the White House? That's so scary. Why would they ever need stuff like that at the White... Man, you're telling me that the people involved in the construction of an extension of the White House are traditionally like government contractors that have a bunch of prior government contracts and are used to working under security clearances, you know? That's wild.
Back into play a little later on. And his portfolio doesn't stop there. It gets a lot more intense with DHS headquarters, Treasury building modernization, the GSA headquarters secure facility, the CISA cybersecurity headquarters that, yes, Clark Construction also built. Yeah, so these guys have rendezvoused together before. And at this point, I wanted to see if I could take a peek at what was happening on the ground. So with my last remaining week of my free Planet Labs subscription, I looked through some satellite imagery, and what I saw astounded me. And I saw that these flatbed trucks had been photographed delivering these massive steel caissons to the site. Now, from what I understand about caissons is that they are these huge cylindrical retaining structures, basically. You use them for deep underground construction. They're designed very specifically to hold back soil and water pressure whenever you're going way deep underground. So you wouldn't use them for just standard foundation. And then I saw this heavy lift crane that was like permanently anchored into a concrete pad. I mean, that seemed to be for some long duration construction involving heavy structural materials and lifts from a deep excavation pit.
Yeah.
And all of this brought me to my next question, which is if this is actually going to be a data center, then that means they're going to need a massive amount of power because data centers consume insane amounts of electricity. So I started looking into what's been happening with DC's power infrastructure. And here is where it gets interesting. In August and September of 2025, just weeks after Trump's announced the ballroom in July, PEPCO filed emergency requests for infrastructure work near the East Wing. And this called for an emergency relocation of water infrastructure, large-scale waterline modifications, and something called Champlain Substation Modernization, which I still haven't quite figured out what that means. But PEPCO's own language in the emergency filing says that there's a lack of alternative supply capacity in downtown DC. And now here's the thing about that. Downtown DC office occupancy has been declining since COVID. I mean, half the buildings are empty. In general, the commercial real estate market...
Oh my fucking God. The only possible reason that the power like available to DC, the power lines could possibly need maintenance, refurbishing, or modernization is if they're building a fucking data center. What if the whole country does?
Market is shrinking, not growing. So where's this new massive power demand coming from? And speaking of infrastructure, DC Water increased their capital spending by $300 million, including a specific study of the Federal Triangle area. I found a post by the Washington Aqueduct, which is run by the Army Corps of Engineers, and they were warning that data centers are planning to use Potomac River water for cooling. So at this point, I've got the contractor who builds classified data centers, the architect who designs Pentagon bunkers.
They're going to divert the Potomac River's water underground. They're going to like build a channel for it to cool the... How many... Do you know, I got like 4 separate emails on this, and it's gotten brought up every stream over the past week. Some or multiple people in chat have brought it up.
Physical evidence of deep underground construction and massive power upgrades along with massive water.
Why wouldn't they just do this openly? There's no reason why they wouldn't. The government can just build data centers. The government has already built data centers. It's not new. They don't have to do it under the White House. What they are building under the White House is the standard security construction that they have for the rest of the White House. Bunkers and, you know, secret tunnels or whatever. Because of course they do that, right? That's why they're digging deep into the foundation. They don't need to build, like, even if they were building a data center, like, what of it? What distinguishes this data center from all the other ones? Is this one, like, double evil? What's the... Oh, this one's, like, super secret. Okay. Wouldn't a data center at the White House be inherently less secure than any one of the thousands that we've built in actually, like, classified areas? Like, you build one under the ballroom and, like, great, okay, you've got tons of visitors there, lots and lots and lots of people, highly public area. The next administration's just immediately, like, you couldn't hide it from the next administration. Why wouldn't you just build shit, I don't know, build it in Israel, whatever. We seem to be good friends with them.
For upgrades. And so the next question I have is, who the hell is funding all of this? Trump says it's being privately funded, and the White House put out a rough list of donors, although most of the amounts from those donors is unknown. So, I mean, really, they could be donating anything from checks to cash to Bitcoin to...
The big problem with, like, conspiracy in many cases isn't the conspiracy itself, it's that it distracts you from actual conspiracies. You know what I mean? Like, the conspiracy here, in my opinion, is that liberal institutions are so weak that everyone folded just because Trump wanted a big golden ballroom with his name on it. Like, that to me is the conspiracy. It's that all of these systems in place to ensure the longevity of the country, even if we get some crazy leaders, they all completely fell apart, like, the moment they were even slightly tested. And there are so many, like, implications to that. Who had to fail, how they had to fail, which corporate entities had to, like, give up the game, you know, which universities, which companies, whatever else. Like, that to me is the interesting part. The idea that they're building some kind of fucking death ray bunker under the... It's just, it doesn't mean anything. It's stupid, you know?
Their own product, maybe. And when I was looking for more information about these donors, I saw that the Carrier Corporation was bragging about how they're donating an HVAC system to the White House ballroom. And so this is interesting because I looked into Carrier and I saw that they have a lot of different products. They have residential AC units, commercial systems, and all kinds of stuff listed on their website. But they also have something called Carrier Quantum Leap, which is specifically their data center solutions. Comprehensive energy efficient solutions for data center thermal management is what their website says. Now, if Carrier is donating an HVAC system and they're on a list with Microsoft, Amazon, Palantir, and all of these heavy hitters, then are they really donating a less than $100,000 ballroom AC system? Or are they perhaps donating the more expensive thing from their...
Why wouldn't they just not say anything then? Like, if they're secretly, oh, we're not donating an HVAC system, we're donating a double AI center HVAC system, why would they say anything? What's the point of any of this? Why this? Why that? None of this makes sense. Why would they do it? Why would they do it this way?
New line of solutions, the data center thermal management system, because wouldn't that be a brag to say it's our thermal management systems that are cooling the White House data center? But that did get me thinking,
How?
like, if at least one company is donating a product on top of money, then I'm sure that there are others, right? I mean, who knows how many? So I decided to go through the donor list again, and this time with a different mindset, not looking for dollar amounts, but looking at what each of these companies do. And that's when I see...
Yeah, if you ever need, like, supporting evidence for the idea that most conspiracies fail at the first hurdle, which is why/how could they do this, just take a look at how the administration is handling the fucking Epstein files. Do you really think this administration is capable of hiding anything? Why go out of your way to discredit her without looking at the full breadth of what she claims presents? I'm just responding to the video, man. Wholeheartedly agree with claims to stretch. The claim that it's extremely hush-hush, ballroom donors affiliated with massive tech. People are claiming this is a massive breach of personal privacy information storage users. Wait, what do you say? People are claiming that this is a massive breach of personal information privacy and storage/usage? You're claiming that. What do you mean people are claiming that? People? Who's people? YouTube commenters? Many people are saying that? You're saying it. What are you talking about?
One name jump out to me on this ballroom donors list, and that's Paolo Tiramani. And many of you may not be familiar with his name, but I'm sure you know his company, Boxable. Boxable is a Las Vegas company.
I think stuff like this makes people useless human cattle, though. I think that this way, encouraging this way of thinking, reduces people cognitively and spiritually. It makes them absolutely worthless. What's the term, you know, or the saying? Your brain's so open, everything just falls out, or anything can fall in. True crime destroyed society. That's true. It's also, like, typically a reactionary thing. You know, this is novel in the sense that this is nominally left-wing, I suppose. Um, but yeah, it is brain poison.
That makes these foldable prefab buildings, and they're about 375 square feet, and they come with electrical and plumbing already built in. Their whole pitch has been basically disaster relief and affordable modular homes. But if you start looking into what Boxable has actually been building for the government, well, it's not just disaster relief housing. That's right, I found contracts showing that they sent over 150 units to Guantanamo Bay in 2021 and 2022. That's right, they've been working on Class 5 military installations, and their SEC...
All companies are evil. You could do this forever. Guys, did you know that Amazon, Apple, Palantir, Nvidia, all of them have contracts with the government, that they've all done shady military shit? Yeah, like, it's all of them. That's all the shit they do. Where do you think the military gets their stuff from? The government factory? Companies produce it. Everything. All of it. Every facility. Every gun. Every bullet. All of it.
filings mention government exemptions from normal state regulations, which means they have clearance to work in classified DoD sites, evidently. And that's when I saw that their units come pre-installed with Faraday caging. That's right, electromagnetic shielding, the kind of thing you would need for SCIFs. Remember SCIFs? I told you to remember SCIFs? Because think back to Oracle's underground facilities in Jerusalem. I mean, their own documentation.
Are we really conspiracy posting over the idea that there would be electronic shielding at the White House?
Shows that they use modular construction techniques for their own rapid deployment of internal infrastructure, prefabricated rooms that could be assembled quickly underground. And I'm seeing names like Caterpillar on this list, where I'm sure that they've donated equipment like heavy machinery, excavators, and Caterpillar also makes industrial generators.
Yeah, construction equipment. It's a construction site. They do construction work.
3516B models that provide over 100 megawatts of backup power. Union Pacific is also an interesting donor in that light because, yes, they're a railroad company, but what many...
All right, I'm tapping out. I tried my best, but I guess we're just going to stew in this toxic slop. This is why I need to cover news less. Now, you guys, it used to be you people watch the damn channel because I would watch shitty YouTube videos and make fun of people. Now it's like, oh, hold on, not 4 hours of uninterrupted straight AP News article reading. All right, I'm out of here, buddy. I can't handle this today. My migraine. Get stronger. You're weak.
People don't know is they also own 1,400 miles of classified fiber optic cables that run along the railway right-of-way. And it's those fiber optic networks that the Department of Defense have as their secure telecommunications backbone. And it's because they're air-gapped from the public internet. And then you've got Microsoft and Amazon, Google, Palantir, like every major cloud computing and AI infrastructure company in America that matters. You've got Booz Allen Hamilton, who builds classified networks for the CIA and NSA, Blackstone installing over 200 megawatts of backup power infrastructure. And then I started thinking about who's not on the list.
To be fair, this shit does just want to make me kill myself. It shouldn't. She's literally just listing like every company that has government contract. Did you know this company that's worked with the government has worked with the government? Also, she seems like really scared of basic shit. Like, she tried to make Caterpillar construction equipment sound scary. They're literally building a ballroom. And she's like, what would Caterpillar be needed there for? Some kind of heavy construction? Yeah. Right? Right? A little bit? I assumed so.
You know, Baccarat Cristal chandeliers, Versace, Hermes, Tiffany silverware, like Steinway pianos, the brands that would kill to have their name associated with the most elegant ballroom in America. I mean, the kind of luxury that screams White House state dinner. I mean, none of them are here, which is when it all kind of clicked for me because...
Wait. What?
Who's not on the list? You know, Baccarat Cristal chandeliers, Versace, Hermes.
Versace isn't one of the contractors working with the White House to construct the ballroom. Isn't that suspicious? Why would they be there right now? What?
As Tiffany silverware, like Steinway pianos, the brands that
He's just going to use the same contractors that outfitted Mar-a-Lago.
Kill to have their name associated with the most elegant ballroom in America. I mean, the kind of luxury...
Also, no, I have a feeling that a lot of luxury brands probably wouldn't want to be associated with Donald fucking Trump, a known tasteless monster, you know? Like, it might cut into their brand a little bit.
that screams White House state dinner. I mean, none of them are here, which is when it all kind of clicked for me, because this is clearly not a list of donors for a ballroom. This is a supply chain for a data center. And if you're still not convinced about this data center infrastructure, well, Trump basically told us. October 22nd, 2025, in the Oval Office, the direct quote was, "We're also working with the military on it because they want to make sure everything is perfect. And the military is very much involved in this." The military is very much involved in the ballroom?
In the construction of a White House extension, yeah, obviously. Dude, these people have no idea how the world works. What makes me, what I wonder is, like, is it a bit from her for money, like a grift? Or does she just not understand how the world works? Like, all these companies have government contracts. Of course they do. That's, like, there's a lot of money in that. Obviously they do. They do lots of stuff. And they're gonna be doing lots of stuff for the White House as well. Of course the fucking military is involved in it. It's the White House. Why? Another piece of evidence that everyone's 12 now, lol. Oh, Jesus Christ. Hide them from Trump, I guess. Yeah, I don't know. People's brain melting out their ears. It's really disappointing. It reminds me of the 9/11 conspiracism. I think there's so much conspiracism that's valid around 9/11, but it doesn't really have much to do with 9/11 itself. People have spent decades and decades and decades talking about, like, release the truth. What happened at 9/11? The truth for 9/11 was that the planes hit the damn towers. That was what happened with 9/11. It was pretty fucked up. People died, I hear. I hear, allegedly, you know? But the real conspiracy is all the lies that took place after the fact to justify going to war as a way of, like, rebounding off the renewed public sentiment. Like, that was the, like, you're missing the forest for the trees. Or more accurately, I guess, you're missing the unjustly initiated war and the fucking million Iraqi kids dead for the 2 big tall trees in Manhattan. I don't know. It's a waste of time. Your ability to critically analyze the situation has been annihilated.
Jesus Christ. Oh, well, then that explains why Pete Hegseth has been purging all of our gay service members, because, you know, if there's one thing we know about straight men with a lot of testosterone, it's that they love giving their input on decorating ballrooms.
Come on. That's a weak link. That's a weak joke and a weak link. Why would the Pentagon want to be involved in the construction of a White House extension? What are they, gay? Not anymore, or something, type shit. 6'7", I don't know. My beautiful partner was on a call earlier today, like a pretty important call, you know, not like a flippant one. And I heard, because it was on speaker, the person on the end said 6.7, and it took all of my willpower to not ruin their conversation. So I guess this is me, like, unleashing that pent-up energy a little bit.
It was just weeks after Trump said that very quote in the Oval Office that they fired the ballroom architect and hired the Pentagon guy. Okay, so what does any of this actually mean? Well, I think we should go back to the underground data centers in Jerusalem, because understanding why Israel built those might tell us why Trump is building one here, allegedly, supposedly, in my opinion. So Israel built those facilities for something called Project Nimbus, which is their government cloud infrastructure. And we've seen what this looks like in practice.
Every government has these, by the way. Like, every government that is developed enough that it can afford to build this kind of infrastructure does so. Like, talking about the idea of a government, like, being surprised that a government is building data infrastructure is like being surprised they're building electrical infrastructure, you know? What is the United States hiding? Why are we building fucking power stations all across the country? I don't know, man. Maybe it's important.
Right? I mean, the AI system that Israel's using in Gaza, the targeting systems, the surveillance infrastructure, the operational decision making, and that all runs on this underground.
No, it's not just that. It's just government data. It's just government data. Like, all governments need, like, governments use systems that you need to store data, and you need a place to store the data, and you probably don't want to store it on, like, I don't know, fucking server that's hosted in India or something. You probably want it local. Every government does this. It's not special.
data center network. I mean, we're talking full AI takeover, military operations, intelligence gathering, government AI information systems like banking, critical infrastructure controls, everything that keeps the country running.
Yeah, everything.
And they put it 9 stories underground because they needed it to survive, not just survive a power outage or a cyber attack, but to survive a war. I
yeah,
mean,
that's normal. If there was a war, you would not want all the records of the government to be annihilated. Did you know the United States, we've talked about this before because it's been brought up a lot lately, but the US government, like basically everything that we keep in records, we have a paper trail of. There's a physical record of it, and it gets buried in a mine, basically. There are like mountain mines where we've hollowed out the rock, and fucking 2 miles underground, we just fucking an unfathomable amount of documents that we keep stacked in there. Yeah, it's next to where we hold the cheese.
needed it to survive missile strikes and keep running no matter what happens above the ground. Because when you have your entire government running on AI systems, that is now the brain of your country.
No, it's just you really don't want the entire storage and operational digital infrastructure of your country to fall apart because of one terrorist attack or a war. That's very normal. It has nothing to do with, like, the governments were doing this before AI like really became a thing. This is not nefarious.
And you have to protect the brain of your country with a thick, thick skull. That's what data sovereignty looks like. That's continuity of government. And that's what AI warfare infrastructure actually looks like. And then I'm looking at Project Stargate, announced on January 21st, 2025, Trump's first full day in office. And Larry Ellison is going on and on about this $500 billion AI infrastructure that's going to save the government and cure cancer. But all of these...
Which was fake. I mean, he was just saying that. Like, he was just saying that because he wanted to justify the degree of fraternization that he was engaging in with the White House. Like, there's not actually $500 billion getting invested.
Grandiose ideas surrounding AI, all of that needs a home. And that's why I think it has to be at the White House specifically, because when infrastructure is a part of the executive office of the president, then it has to be classified, protected, exempt from oversight.
The only way to protect a data center is to put it directly under the White House ballroom. Sure. Jesus Christ, man.
And the president has to have direct access to it.
What, like physically? Are you kidding me? Listen, it just makes sense, okay? If you didn't build the data center at the White House, how would the president go down there and flip the switches and pull the big lever and hit the buttons that would print out the, like, ticker receipt that would tell him what to do as the president, you know? If you can't touch the AI, the big fucking server farm, then how is it going to relay information to you? It just makes sense.
And lest we forget, the East Wing sits directly above the Presidential Emergency Operations Center, the PEOC bunker. It's 5 stories deep, staffed 24/7 by military offices. And by demolishing the entire East Wing, they removed every structure blocking access to that bunker. And now they can expand it and go deeper or integrate new infrastructure if they'd like. And because it's at 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue, executive privilege covers all of it.
Yes, they will not be publicly disclosing all the details on the secret president bunker that is meant to help the government survive a nuclear war. That is true. They're probably not going to give us all the deets on that.
Think about it. The president controls what gets disclosed and what doesn't. I mean, this is what the government running on AI, with all of that power consolidated under executive control in a facility that can survive anything and Congress can't audit, looks like. And look, I'm sure
it's been like this forever, and every government has bunkers under their respective executive buildings, or at least they should. Why wouldn't you? Of course you would have that. It's all normal.
they'll build a ballroom on top, you know, they'll host
I can't believe she said that the data center needs to be somewhere where the president can access it. That's so fucking funny. That's really, she's making the data center sound like it's an eldritch god that the president needs to go down and like commune with or something, and not like something that sends and receives information at the speed of light from anywhere in the country.
Eat dinners and take photos with world leaders in gowns and tuxedos, and maybe it'll even look fabulous. But don't kid yourself about what this was actually built for, because the ballroom isn't the project. The ballroom is the lid.
All right, well, that was awful, and I think that this video has made the world stupider, and this fills me with more despair than any number of, like, JD Vance clips where he winks at the camera and then says it's going to be all white while giving the okay sign or something, you know? Wouldn't really be surprised, though, if something like Russ Vought or Stephen Miller told Trump he'll get a ballroom as long as they get in secret underground weapons. There are no secret underground weapons aren't a thing. Data centers get built all the time by the government, and they are secret because that's the point of them. But it's not like they're building a bunker under the ballroom for sure. Just it's not interesting, you know? Like, she just doesn't understand how basic stuff works. She was like, why would the military be involved in an extension of the White House? Fucking what? Why do you think? Because it's a military site. The president's the commander-in-chief. Have you been to the White House? I've been to D.C. The whole fucking building is a bunker. The whole area surrounding the White House is a fortress. They've got tank traps. They've got like security checkpoints everywhere. There are men with rifles standing at every corner. There are a bunch of sight lines that you can't see. There are anti-air weapons embedded in the ground so that if a rogue plane flew overhead or tried to 9/11 the White House, it would be vaporized before it made contact. Like, all of this shit already exists. It's a military site. I thought the White House could get up on its legs and move. It probably could do that. We don't know for a fact whether or not it could do that. Yeah. Weren't you checked by agents because you verbalized that while in D.C.? Yes. The ballroom is a cover-up. The ballroom isn't the project. The ballroom is the lid. Just an FYI, if the military is involved, it involves taxpayer dollars, so it's not free. Yeah. Went from this is alarmist bullshit to oh fuck, she's cracked the case in less than 10 minutes, nicely done. Ah! Now this is journalism. Of course, traditional media isn't looking into this. Whenever I see stuff like this, I'm reminded that I need to have a nuanced position on the value of traditional mainstream media as compared to independent media. Because people will be like, dude, mainstream media won't tell you all the facts. Mainstream media is hiding the truth from you. And then turns out they watch Joe Rogan. Well, now we've dealt with that one. That fucking ballroom video. There we go. Got that one locked in. Play something to calm my stomach. Tummy hurt? New The Guardian video? Who care? Rising hate in the UK? What does this have to do with America? Racism is so different to American racism. No conversation with a racist 70-year-old man would take place like this in America, you know? I think the fucked up thing, the funny thing is that in America, I bet you that this guy wouldn't admit to being racist or wouldn't admit this guy's a foreigner. Americans are American racists are often really, really weird. Like, to an American racist, the black is always the one you're not looking at, right? Like, they do all the time. The Mexican they know, the black guy they know, whatever else. That's like, nah, you're one of us, man. You know, it's everyone else. No, they are very cowardly. I think it's a cowardice thing to a large extent. You know, they'll never like own up to the hate, I guess. But this guy doesn't even, I guess, probably doesn't even think he's being hateful. Like, he's all jolly with it. The UK is so fucking depressing. Look at everyone in the background.
We're being invaded, I think.
Everyone everywhere is old. There are like no children. It's like all old people. They're all old and dying, and they cost the country 98% of its budget. And they all think the problem is when 18-year-old Pakistani people come in and work really hard. Only solution to that is to keep young people from more pro-family cultures than ours from coming over. Yeah. It's like over here in America, you know? There are no young people left anymore. Nobody believes in family. That's why I think we should have fewer Mexicans coming over. Dog, who do you think is keeping the flame alive? cultures are super family oriented. That's because individualism is a bourgeois plague, you know? The like nihilistic individualism that you see expressed predominantly in Northern European cultures, but also to a larger extent white and Anglo cultures around the world, is a product of the spiritual sickness that comes with getting everything that you want in like a capitalist sense and then finding out it gives you nothing, you know? Like we must look with both pity and also longing at the culture of the poorer races, you know, where they still believe in family and togetherness, and they still go outside and their children play in the streets because they have not yet become wealthy enough to realize this road ends nowhere. They don't realize where it goes, you know. There are poor Mexican families out there who think that if they could just get a little bit farther, but what they don't realize is they're at the apex, you know. They're at the peak right there. Better for family cohesion than Anglo countries. Isn't Scandinavia the place where if you go over to see your friends at their place and you have a coffee, they Venmo you 62 cents after? Like they request 62 cents to comp for the cost of the tea or whatever? They're stealing GDP from Germany? That's fucking based. I fully support that. I mean, I've been to Spain, and at least in Barcelona, my impression was that about 30% of the GDP must come from pickpocketing people who look like me. So I understand, you know, and we deserve it, frankly. Actual racial one. I just think that the UK is a dying country, and dying, you know, it's like a injured animal. You know, you corner it, it gets really desperate or whatever. Your cat breaks its toe because it's an idiot and it jumped off the second floor banister down to the first floor, and then you try to pick it up and it bites you or something. The UK is like dead or dying, so they have no explanations for why they're dying, and they don't know how to improve things, so they're just desperately like looking around, looking for people to blame. It's probably been like that for a while, but I think the biggest death knell really is the collapse of the Labour government and the fact that the NHS has been thoroughly privatized. That was like the one big pride of the nation. They had the NHS, and there was always the thought of like, you know, maybe the Labour Party is no longer really a working class party, if they ever were, right? Like less so than they used to be even. But there's the potential for change in the future. But now I think that's gone. Austerity and Brexit. Brexit certainly didn't fucking help. Yeah. After the country is dead. I don't really know. I guess it just kind of gets like looted by a succession of increasingly cynical rulers, which is sort of what we're getting now a little bit. We're getting it in the USA as well, but America has more lifeblood in it than the UK for now. That won't last forever. I don't really know. I don't know if there are any other countries that are quite like this one. The closest comparison that I think I could make would be former Warsaw Pact countries. But I do think the people in those countries have more of a vision for the future than the UK does, in large part because they haven't yet linked up with the EU. You know, there's still a little bit of hope around the precipice. If you're Georgia or you're, you know, even Belarus or something, right? There's still the idea that maybe in the future we can stabilize, get a real democracy, and then link up with the EU, and we'll finally get like jobs and hope and stuff like that. It wouldn't help. Like they're wrong to think that, but the hope keeps them going. In the UK, though, they left the EU on their own, right? I don't think there's anything that quite compares to the UK. I think that there is like a decay there that's almost unfixable, save maybe war or pandemic. I mean, something really wretched. I don't know. I don't really know what could fix it. So when do you think it'll turn around? Like maybe after 1 or 2 decades? No. Honestly, right now, my best prediction for the United Kingdom is that it just turns into a functionally like one city-state surrounded by a wasteland. Like everything else, just the rest of the country becomes essentially third world, and London remains a hollowed out center for international commerce, you know, fucking racketeering, private investment, and financialization. Yes, it is already like that to an extent. It's just going to get worse. It's pretty bad. So back to the medieval period. We are kind of going in that direction. The financial industry has the unique property of making money truly disappear. Like kings and emperors would hoard wealth in their castles, but it didn't really disappear. There was still a sense of collective ownership over it, you know? If your nation was poor, but your king was wealthy, there's still, at least in your imagination, the idea that if you just topple the king, you can distribute that money or do something with it, you know? That's how it worked for thousands of years. But now, thanks to the magic of international commerce, that's no longer the case, right? You no longer have that guarantee. The working class people of the United Kingdom could rise up and overthrow their financial overlords in London, and there would be no money for them to move around. It would all vanish with them.
So that's usually
together business rangers this leaves.
Unsurprisingly, this video doesn't seem to have been well received by the fine, intelligent people on YouTube. A Pakistani raised and given a great life in England, disgusted by the sight of an English flag. What? When did that happen? Yeah, this is how they always talk. So flying a nation's own flag isn't okay, but rainbow flags are, thinking emoji. You can assume most of these are bots or foreigners or whatever. But still, pretty grim. Conservatives have basically given up on any kind of project for improving their own countries. In America especially, I think, but yeah, all around the world. Here's your UK population pyramid. Yeah, it's fucking grim. I think the median age in the United Kingdom is basically 40. Yeah, it's about 40, I think. So 50% of the population is above 40. 50% below. That's pretty bad. Yeah, it's only 2 years younger here in the US. Bet Germany is worse. Germany has more immigrants than the United Kingdom does. It's so fucked up, man. Look at this. You have to compare different age groups. There are the same number of 10-year-olds, essentially, as there are 75-year-olds. That's crazy. Now do Russia. Well, Russia looks even worse, right? They're all fucked up from the wars and the famine. Also, there are way more women than there are men, because all the men keep killing themselves or going to war or whatever. But yeah, it's not great. There are the same number of age 0 girls as there are, yeah, 75-year-olds. Look at that bump right there. This is coming for all developed nations, isn't it? Yep. The spiritual sickness of liberalism has come for all of us, like a great big grim reaper. Well, for Russia, it's not really liberal. Well, yeah, I'd say it is. Russia might not be politically liberal, but goddamn if it isn't economically liberal. I did not like Abigail Thorne's video on demographics at all, Zibichu. I've talked about that. Sure got liberaled on in the 90s? Yeah, you can see it. What's the solution you propose this time? I don't know. No more cell phones, maybe? No more cell phones. Mandatory immigration everywhere for everyone. You have to rotate countries every 3 years. I don't know. We got to do something about we got to do something about capitalism, man. It's not great. It's not great. State mandated girlfriends? It wouldn't fix the fucking problem. I mean, leaving aside the whole, like, I don't know, the rape is bad thing. There's also the fact that even if every single one of you losers got a girlfriend, you know what you would do with her? Play video games separately in the same room together and then never have children. You think the problem with the birth rates is that you people aren't getting enough access to women? Because I promise you, you could have access to women that would not fix the fucking problem. I'm 20 and I want to have 3 kids. Good, then do it. Do-do-do. I blame the invention of electricity. Yeah, well, there's that too. The problem with the birth rate, at least in the US, is that wages are stagnant. Yeah, and yet in countries where wages are much lower, birth rates are higher. It's not a money thing. I'm telling you, it's the creeping sickness of liberalism. Okay? That's the problem. You're not moving me off of it. More so than anything else. More so than money, more so than phones. You have to go back to the root problem. You have to go back to the core. It's the only way. Interesting point about AI. Oh, this is a fucking Instagram video. I hate Instagram. What is this? Interesting point about... There are no interesting points about AI. I've already said all of them. What is this? I hate you. Why'd you give me an Instagram video? I can't stand these. Fine, we'll look at it. Jesus Christ.
I've been wondering lately if the people who say that they don't mind AI generated art, people who say if it's good art, doesn't matter how it's made. I wonder if those people would also be okay watching
I don't like watching stuff from people who agree with me. What am I supposed to tear into?
an entirely AI generated football game. Tennis match? Sport thing?
Look, there are 2 groups of people who advocate for AI, okay? There are the corpo bot money men who are in it because they know this is a grift that only works if everyone's on board. And then there are people who, much like meat eaters when speaking to a vegan, get defensive when you call out the fact that they have bad taste. I don't think there are many people who are actively, positively arguing for AI. Not in the day-to-day. I mean, there are people who use it because they're lazy or stupid or whatever. But overwhelmingly, when I see people get defensive about AI in media or AI use, what they really don't like is the idea of admitting that there's something wrong with how they perceive the world, that they might be desold somewhat. And I don't really think you're going to give them an argument that's going to sway them elsewise. You just have to shame them. Like basically everything these days. Nobody actually believes in anything. You have to shame them. You can't really like argue with them, I guess. It's similar to the old let people enjoy things people. I always fucking hated that. I hated that so much. We all need to be more judgmental, more hateful, more argumentative. We need to be more critical of each other's tastes, okay? The whole world is going to shit, and all media is going to shit, and nobody knows how to read anymore. And it's all because everyone thinks that there's no difference between reading Moby Dick and watching 8 hours of Cocomelon, you know? Let people enjoy things. No, I won't, actually. Sometimes people enjoy things wrong. What the fuck, Vosh? You also say to not fear being cringe and live. Yeah, you can believe in both of those things at the same time. But the thing is, like, you know, living your truth and not fearing being cringe doesn't mean having bad taste. It means defending your taste. It means advocating, right? It means being proud or open or whatever, you know? Not wilting like a little fucking dayflower. It doesn't mean just, like, be bad, you know? You should be relentlessly self-critical. You just have to engage in it responsibly. You people can't handle self-critique. You have an emotional episode every time you feel bad about a thing that you failed to do for a friend 6 years ago. You need to be resilient so that you can survive that self-critique, and that'll make you better. True, cringe and soulless are definitely antonyms, 100%, yeah. Cringe has to have soul. Or if you're cringing at something, it has to have soul. Because if it's totally soulless, how can it be cringe? There's no sincerity to attack it for, right? Watching AI videos isn't really cringe. It's just sad.
I mean, most of the time people watch sports on a TV or on their phone. So it's the same thing. You're mostly just watching the ball going back and forth, people skitter.
Okay, I get it. Video games are probably inherently bad. No, I don't think video games are inherently bad. I prefer to call it pathetic. Whatever you prefer. Whatever you prefer. Close this, close that, close this, close Instagram, because I hate Instagram. Shit-ass desktop. Non-functionality. You think normalizing violence in media is bad? What do you mean normalizing? Kind of depends what you mean by normalizing. Nicki Minaj. Yeah, that's pretty true. That's pretty true. Yeah. Yeah, that's pretty true. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah, I agree. Yeah. Listen to a woman of color. Guess everyone kind of saw this coming a while ago. She's married to a pedophile. Isn't her brother one as well? Isn't it like everyone in her life?
Please welcome Nicki Minaj.
Playing super bass at a TPUSA event is insanely funny, though. So I guess the MAGA movement now has Kid Rock and Nicki Minaj. That is an insane lineup. Her brother's a pedo. Her husband is a rapist. Okay, gotcha, gotcha. Charlie Kirk loves Nicki Minaj. Yeah. He's a barb. It's known. It's known. We still have Taylor Swift. Oh yeah, our strongest ally against the MAGA movement. 100%. Yeah. Oh yeah. What did she even say out here? Like, genuinely. Hold on. I wanna take a look. Please don't have echo.
Now heading live as we
to be here. You had some
It's a full 30-minute conversation. Is this a grift on Minaj's part? Minaj is probably a narcissist, like a lot of big artists are. She's always been a massive piece of shit, to be honest. It's like the ego whirlpool around Trump, where as people have gotten more critical of the misbehavior of celebrities. Like, it used to be celebrities could be awful people and you didn't even hear anything about it. But now because of Twitter, like, it's pretty easy both for you to hear about it and also for you to directly respond to it, like to directly critique the celebrities. You know, they like, think of J.K. Rowling, for example. Think of how many problematic authors there have been in the past who just wrote and nobody fucking engaged with them. J.K. Rowling literally drove herself insane on Twitter. You know, it's a new phenomena. So I think, oh, one of my lights just turned out. Get back on. Boop. There we go. It's a new phenomenon. And I think that as it's gotten easier to criticize celebrities, more and more of them are drawn into a movement where you are always free of criticism. It's the same reason that Elon Musk declared he was a part of the Republican Party. You can be any kind of person and be part of the MAGA movement. It doesn't matter. You can be black or white. You can be a pedophile or not a pedophile, rapist or not a rapist. It doesn't matter what crimes you've committed. It doesn't matter what you've said. There's literally there's no bottom floor, right? Literally anyone is permitted in, as long as you serve the movement. So I think a lot of them are just drawn towards that. And Nicki Minaj, I mean, has she done anything over the past decade other than irritate people and I don't know, die on weird hills about her husband brother, whatever else. It kind of makes sense. This is like the end of the whirlpool. Nicki Minaj had to sell her house because she couldn't pay her legal fees. That's so pathetic. Legal fees over what? Security guard settlement? I don't even know. $500,000? That's it? 500,000? That's nothing to Nicki, or it should be. That should be nothing to Nicki Minaj. I don't know. Tale as old as time. These celebrities are terrible with their money. Yeah. She from Trinidad? Is she she's an immigrant? I actually didn't know that.
Fun words for Governor Newsom. I have to read these tweets because they're amazing and they are so funny. Okay, first one, we'll do this one. Unless you want to read it in your own voice, I think it'd be really great. Okay.
Oh, Gavi Poo, it only gets worse from here for you, buddy. It's the end of the road for you, my love. Get on the nearest jet ski and let that...
What are they doing? Are they reading hate tweets? Why?
Beautiful hair blow in the wind. It'll make you happier than this race that you will not win. Enjoy life. Peace.
Okay. One more.
She's not a citizen? Nicki Minaj isn't even a citizen? I don't know if iHeart.com is a reputable source. I was born on a beautiful island called Trinidad and Tobago, but I've been in the States for many years. Honorary citizenship. Okay, I mean, whatever. Again, it literally doesn't matter, right? Elon Musk was an illegal immigrant. You know, JD Vance married an Indian woman. It doesn't matter. You know, there's no getting them with hypocrisy, because if you ever even try to, they think it's funny that you think they have the principles that they would need to have for you to call them out in hypocrisy. Your movement is based on racial hatred. Did you know there are a lot of black and brown people in your movement? Like, they think it's delightful, you know, because they know you have to play by rules. Their movement gets to accept rapists and pedophiles and so on and so on. Your movement can't, you know? It's a great weakness of the left. If it turns out that some prominent figure within the left is a gigantic piece of shit, we actually have to go through the rigmarole of, ostracizing them, and then people get defensive and blah, 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 you know? They don't have to.
More.
Why not? Imagine being the guy running on wanting to see trans kids. Haha, not even a trans...
Okay, this is really... We're just reading tweets. What are we doing here? What are we talking about?
Maybe the biggest surprise for you, or something that you just really has been put on your heart that you've learned about our president and our vice president.
Well, I have the utmost respect and admiration for our president.
This is really good stuff. They have no ideas for content, Lamau. I just wonder, like, who this is for. Genuinely, who does this move the needle for? Like, the MAGA movement has stopped trying to reach out and pretend to be all-encompassing a while ago, right? Whenever there is a dispute with a media figure, the White House, like, actually, remember Sabrina Carpenter? Like, we're not in a time period where they're trying to reach out and make new friends. So I don't really understand who, like, what, maybe the kind of people who would listen to Red Scare, like psychotic, mentally ill, eating disorder, adult gay people, like that, like there's some section of Barb who would shift over to the right. I don't think this is a large demographic.
Yes, I don't know if he even knows this, but he's given so many people hope that there's a chance to beat the bad guys and to win, and to do it with your head held high and your integrity intact. He's from Queens, New York, like me. So, but what it's shown me personally is sometimes, you know, even in the worst feeling times in your life, you think that you're never going to come back from it. But you do. And our president shows that. He's been through every single thing a person could be through.
Yeah, it's the ego thing, right? These people fall from grace. They have nothing. They're mired in controversy. They turn into like a lol cow. And the thing they like about Trump is that or I guess the movement surrounding him as well, is that it does not matter how fucking bad you are. It's always fine, you know? It is a pro-narcissism movement. It is a movement that not only is okay with, but actively encourages its larger figures to be delusional.
Publicly, having to constantly be lied on. It's not really that funny until you are in that person's shoes that's being lied on.
What?
You'll never understand what it feels like. That person is a human being. They have a family who has to read those lies. And that's not, and it's just not fair. But this administration is full of people with heart and soul. And they make me proud of them. Our vice president, he makes me, well, I love both of them.
Sorry to ask, but is she kind of stupid? Nicki Minaj? Yes, I think that's been well known for a while. Like, yeah, well substantiated. I know it's trite to even say, like, it's embarrassing to even bring this up, but you'll notice that one thing these people never, ever, ever say about Trump or JD Vance or whatever else in the positive is they're making life better for the American people. They literally never do. It's always, you know, in parentheses, they're good to me, or I see in them a mirror to my own narcissism. It's never like, oh, well, I think the things they're doing are good. I admire the policy. I think the effect they're having on the country is good. No one ever brings that up.
They're both powerful men, smart, strong, all of that, but both of them have a very uncanny ability to be someone that you relate to. I can relate to them. When I hear them speak, I know that they're one of us. Like, I know that they're not, don't you guys agree?
What?
They haven't lost touch of the world. You know, they're still connected to the world and what's happening in the world, with the younger people and older people, with the richer people and not so rich people. They have the ability to still connect and be real. And
Nikki, I know our students feel this way, but why do you think speaking your mind has become so controversial?
Because people know.
It's a temple to narcissism. I mean, they worship it, you know? Everything they say, everything they have to say, it's just about their freedom to act without restraint, you know? Why do you like Trump? Trump can do whatever he wants. I wish I could, you know? Nikki wishes that she could do whatever she wants without losing the adoration and respect that she earned over like a decade of being a pretty popular artist. And now that's pretty much gone now, you know? Why are you so brave for getting to say whatever you will? Well, it must be bravery, because if it's not bravery, it must be like obstinance and stupidity.
Courageous, Nigeria,
and make us say our and say a prayer. So later on in my life,
I hope this tanks her career. I don't think she has a career anymore. I could be wrong on that, but my understanding is that Nicki Minaj is just not. She's just not like doing anything anymore and hasn't for years. How stupid do you think, do you have to be to get on the Trump train this moment? I mean, that shows you how done her career is, you know? Who knows? Maybe Taylor Swift will be here in like 15 years or something, right? Like maybe this is just the inevitable path that all washed artists take. Over a long enough course of time, who can say? Anyway, this shit's pretty fucking boring. Apparently there's one funny snippet from this.
for young men.
And for young men, don't be new scum. Yes. See, dear young men, you have amazing role models like our handsome, dashing president. And you have amazing role models like the assassin J.D. Vance, our vice president. And when I say that...
What did you mean by that, Nicki Minaj? You said that wasn't like a little slip. You said that very emphatically. Like you said that very purposefully. Do you think Nicki saw a meme right before going on stage about how JD Vance must have murked Charlie so that he could get Erica, and that just slipped into her brain at the last second?
Trust me, there's nothing new under the sun that I have not heard, so you're fine.
Wait, does she not, wait, hold on. Does she not elaborate? Does she not have but why did she say that? Was that actually what she meant? That wasn't like a bit? Like she actually, that just slipped out of her head right there? No, okay. Candace Owens interview win. I don't think they're going to have Candace Owens over there at TPUSA for a while. She's one of the few figures they won't associate with. I saw a clip from her show the other day where she was blaming the transatlantic slave trade on Jews. So I think she's a little, she's a little far from the light right now, I think. Yeah, she's busy. Oh, speaking of weird fucking things to say, we've all seen this clip, right?
Despite the devastating loss of Charlie Kirk, my incredible husband at UVU, Caleb has persisted with the same gift. Grit. It has been a long day. Trust me, you're not a grifter, honey. It's all good.
Jesus fucking Christ. If it was written into The Boys, people would be making fun of it for being too on the nose. Trump's people are digging their own graves. No, dude, they don't fucking care. Everyone involved in this, they all know they're lying. It's a great big pantomime that they're all paid to keep up by multi-billion-dollar, or nowadays multi-trillion-dollar corporations. That's the only reason this exists. Without capital, this movement would not exist. Like the entire conservative movement would be as marginal and politically irrelevant as Jesus Christ, I don't know, some fringe. It would be nothing. What makes you say that? The fact that conservatism globally is propped up by international capital, which is pretty demonstrable in like every conceivable way. What do you mean? Who actually funds TPUSA? Everyone? TPUSA's donor list is probably about as long as the actual Republican parties. This is the propaganda wing of the Republican Party, effectively. I mean, this is their like outreach group, their private org. Conservatism would not exist were it not for that project, you know? And I think to a large extent, the people who believe in it know that. A lot of them are just bought in enough on the social project of hating the groups they hate to, temporarily forget it. Conservatism is a constructed bourgeois ideology, not a legitimate belief that humans actually believe in. It's pseudo-ideology. Yeah, genuinely. That is 100% absolutely true. I think you could safely say that reactionary belief is often genuine. Like, there are lots and lots and lots of people who are racist or sexist, and they genuinely are racist or sexist. Reactionary thought is as old as humans are. You know, that's not new. It's just tribalism manifest, and reinterpreting itself in new ways for new generations, new issues, new peoples, new dynamics, new groups. But conservative thought in this context, in the modern sense, these issues, this culture war, this dynamic, entirely a farce, a pantomime, you know, a craft theater production put on by the world's most stupid and emotionally unintelligent people to distract us from what matters. Is liberalism the same? No. Liberalism, of course, is also definitionally propped up by international capital, and without international capital, liberalism would not exist as we know it, but there are, in fact, legitimate reasons to be a liberal. There are arguments you can make for it. There is a genuine emotional and intellectual defense that you can make for liberalism, even if, of course, it falters in the face of the immortal dialectical science of Marxism-Leninism. Thank you. But no, the dynamic is simply not there. I mean, you could argue that international capital sets the stage in both cases, but I would say that in the case of the liberals, you have real humans in many cases, or at least humans of varying degrees of sincerity playing on a constructed stage, whereas the conservative side is entirely theater puppets, you know? You don't have any authenticity on that side. You have people in the audience who are wooed by it, right? Morons, human cattle, but you don't have, you know, there are no stage actors on the side of the conservatives that believe in what they're doing or that really operate as humans at all. They're just running through the motions. Harris is authentic? Kamala Harris? No. When I said liberals have actors representing varying degrees of sincerity, Kamala Harris was not up there in the high sincerity, you know, watermark. Kamala Harris is who she is only because the material conditions of her life and the environment she was born into made it more profitable and more feasible for her to get into the liberal side of things. In a different set of circumstances, you could take somebody with her exact set of beliefs and make her a Republican. Did you see Rubio very blatantly high on cocaine? Vosh, weren't you the one to say ML is a fake ideology made by Stalin? Yes, that's why it was a joke. I don't think that Marxism-Leninism is actually an immortal and invulnerable dialectic, you know? Now, dialectical materialism. Kamala seems to have believed things back in the 2000s, but something happened, man. Yeah, but so did Hillary Clinton, you know? Capital is a machine that strips sincerity from its warriors, right? You can't be sincere if you're doing the job they do. The only way to remain sincere in that position is either to stay far away enough from the mechanisms of power that you can naively believe these systems can be used for good, or don't be a liberal, right? Operate outside of that ideological paradigm. Yeah, be Bernie Sanders, you know? I've had problems with how Bernie Sanders has conducted himself, but I certainly believe he believes what he says. I certainly don't think he's been inauthentic. But you have to be farther away from the, you know, the central pillars for that whole thing to function. As soon as you get in and you get too close, everyone turns into Chuck Schumer eventually, with basically no exceptions. Dialectical materialism isn't an ideology, but a form of analysis. Yeah, but the decision to apply that form of analysis is an ideological bent itself, right? It is not a ideologically neutral mode of application. Do you still believe Kamala would have been the ideal choice over Trump? And if she were to rerun, would you consider her if she was the only strong candidate? Running sentence, multiple questions. You have to, you had one shot. Wait 10 years, then message me again. One shot? I gotta finish that game. Shapiro's not that sincere either. He argues in bad faith all the time. Yes. Though his emotions are sincere. His feelings of betrayal, of having been left awash by the movement having moved too anti-Semitic for it to reasonably include him, the movement moving away from his rhetorical style. His feelings of betrayal there are sincere. I know what you're referring to, Miss Genderland. One thing at a time. You all get what I'm on about, right? About the stage of Capitol? If you could, with magic, let's say, annihilate the influence of capital on political discourse. Imagine for a moment, if you will, you're a god, and you can all of a sudden, all right, the radio shows, the news, all of it, you know, the capital influence has been, we won't even say eradicated. We'll just say they have been flattened to a point where what is being produced from these shows is now what you would consider actual journalism, actual entertainment, not political craft, you know? All of a sudden, in an instant, the media empire built by the conservative network is done. We'll just say everything is now NPR, even. That's not free from capital influence. NPR is absolutely enlightened centrist dog shit, very often. Look at how they've covered the genocide in Palestine. But we'll just use that as a baseline. If you could do that and you could apply that standard broadly, you would annihilate the influence of conservatism in this country. If you did this to both sides, that is to say, you were equally destructive to both the liberal and conservative media wings in this country, liberalism would persist, almost unchanged in its form. You know, the same ideas, the same concepts, the same arguments, the same rhetoric. The conservative nexus would be obliterated. There would be nothing left. Within a decade or so, nobody would even remember what arguments they had made a decade prior. It would be over in an instant. There would be nothing. The future conversations would be between varying flavors of liberalism, progressivism, and whatever else was considered feasible. The reactionary wing of the country would be merged in with the Democrats, and you would probably see a return to blue dog Democrat tendencies within that party. But yeah, no, without the influence of money, it all falls apart. And that's why they have so much fucking money. So much fucking money. They need it. It's a big handicap. Look at Trump's popularity, you know, his approval rating. Imagine how low it would be if he didn't have billions and billions and billions of dollars in every media oligarch in the country, all turning the scales towards him, even the liberal ones. Dems actually get more money. Dems raise more money in elections. I'm talking about where the money actually is, not the the weak game of political opinion laundering that we call an election, where marginal amounts of money, a few billion at most, are traded hands, you know, contractors to political groups to consultants to PACs. I'm talking about the overall worth of the media empire that reaffirms the Overton window. We're talking trillions of dollars, really, not in immediate exchange, but in the value of these enterprises. It goes way beyond what's actually raised. In fact, I'd go so far as to say that for national elections, the amount of money that's raised is borderline irrelevant. You really think that if they wanted to, the Democrats or Republicans couldn't procure tens or even hundreds of billions of dollars? We're talking about the fate of the country here. In reality, the real money that is invested, the actual monetary weight to an election, has nothing to do with how much money a party or a PAC generates, you know? That's just legal fee settling. That's paying consultants. That's you know, that's crossing T's and dotting I's. The real money, and I'll pitch this to you, okay? Right? How many billions were spent in the 2024 election? I actually don't remember. It is in total between the parties and the PACs, some number of billions, I think less than 10 in total. How much do you think the news coverage, all the information's generated within, of Fox News is worth? the value of the human capital mobilized by the disinformation network known as Fox News, the terrorist network known as Fox News. To my mind, far more than 5, 10, 20 billion. I mean, we're talking uncountable value here. It's priceless. We're talking about the ability to sway the opinion of tens of millions of people directly and downstream. You can't get that through a TV ad, right? The amount of people you sway with TV ads and pamphleteering, this is marginal. You're fighting over independents and low propensity voters, right? The real bulk of political opinion laundering is done not at election time, but long term over the course of decades and decades of consent manufacturing, you know? You don't win a Republican voter by handing them a pamphlet or making an argument for lower taxation the day before the election. You do it by making sure that when they're growing up, Fox News is the channel their father turns the TV to when they're all eating dinner around the TV. That's how you get people long term, and that is priceless, worth far more than however they're able to, however much they raise in their goddamn election spending sprees. Sorry, I'm historical materialism posting. I'm dialectics posting. I'm Marxism posting. This guy might be some kind of commie.
Despite the devastating loss of Charlie Kirk, my incredible husband at UVU, Caleb has persisted with the same gift. Grit. It has been a long day. Trust me, you're not a grifter, honey. It's all good.
They all know. They all know. Oh, anyway. The funniest Freudian slip of all time, not clickbait, ASMR. There we go. Got that. Okay, why do you people keep linking me Epstein shit? What is this? Disturbing footage. DOJ Epstein files include 12-second video from Epstein cell. Suicide unclear if CGI recreation. I think this is fake. I'm just going to immediately assume this is fake. Why is there orange fluid everywhere? Are those meant to be the bed sheets? Why are they like semi-transparent? I think this is fake. It's the sheets? Yeah, but they look like weirdly transparent and kind of like fluid. They don't look like any bedsheet settling pattern I've ever seen. I don't know. It doesn't pass the sniff test. Did they just put this in the Epstein files to fuck with people? Like how they put other files in the Epstein files to fuck with people? It's on the DOJ website. Yeah, but the DOJ has also put fake files in. Remember, they did this with Bill Clinton and Michael Jackson. They put a photo of Bill Clinton and Michael Jackson at a fundraiser next to their kids and then blacked out the kids' faces to suggest those were trafficking victims when it was there was just a normal photo. It had nothing to do with Epstein, that photo, you know? So maybe the idiots at the DOJ threw this one in here just for some discourse. Okay, but if it's fake, why is it there? I don't know. I can't. Just threw that in there to give people something to talk about. Maybe Donald Trump spoke to Pam Bondi and was like, can you insert a fake video of Epstein killing himself so people will stop saying I killed him? Yeah, but like, would it be entirely different with a completely fake video? I'm not sure what you mean. It would be entirely different with a fake video? What do you mean? Looks awfully weird to me. The orange is Trump in his liquid form? Oh. I don't know. It just seems stupid. We'll see the media cover it if they cover it. Okay. Why do I have links? They're attacking their own. DC Democrats irked by surge of left-wing challengers with House majority on the line. Wonderful. Yeah. Don't challenge us. Keep the status quo forever. How dare you? How dare you? How dare you? How dare you challenge us? How dare you primary us? Blah, 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 blah. They're so anti-democracy, man. Rep. Juan Vargas of California was even more blunt. The problem is there, in this case there means Brad Lander, like progressive challengers to Democrats in the House. They're attacking their own. It's like, attack the other guys. We will have spent this energy and money fighting amongst ourselves, and it's really dumb. Don't primary us. We don't believe in primaries. Don't you know the official rule of the Democrats, okay? Fight for your own. Don't fucking rustle the boat. What are you doing over there? Yeah, don't ask us to do better. How dare you believe in democracy? How have the Dems not learned since 2016 that just saying orange man / red party bad isn't enough? Well, because most Democratic reps are just as insincere as the Republicans, you know? They're just frustrated they can't be as gleeful about it. That must suck for them, you know? To be just as much of a shitty liar as the Republicans, but you see them dancing around and cavorting with pedophiles. They can get away with whatever they want. And as a Democrat, you have to be the bigger man. You have to be more responsible, even though you're just as insincere. How tragic for them. Yeah, well, fuck these people. That 12-second video is on justice.gov. Yes, and as we all know, if it's posted by the Trump administration's federal government, it must be authentic and reputable. All right. We have an actual story to talk about here. So remember how BARI WEISS, the free press, pro-Israel deep state lunatic, was put directly in charge of CBS and is now working as a kind of commissar? Everything running through the through CBS, through the you know, journalistic institution, now has to be vetted by a non-journalist and a stooge for deep state billionaire puppets. Yeah. Well, BARI WEISS has killed a 60-minute story on CECOT, the El Salvadoran torture prison that the administration sent people to for literally no reason.
Well, new this morning,
Give us the deets.
some CBS News employees are threatening to quit amid fears of corporate censorship. That's after the network abruptly pulled a 60 Minutes investigation hours before it was set to air last night. The segment would have brought viewers the stories of Venezuelan deportees sent to El Salvador's notorious prison. CBS says that it was still going to air it, but that it needs more reporting. Let's go live now to CNN chief media analyst Brian Stelter. This is really a severe blow, it seems, to the network's credibility here. What are you hearing from journalists there, Brian?
It's actually really bad, like worse than it sounds. Worse than it sounds, I guess, off first cut, right? So basically, 60 Minutes already had a their whole thing lined up, the whole special on CECOT, right? And at the last minute, BARI WEISS pulled it. The last minute. This is insane and borderline unprecedented. The idea, like, you already have the networking slot filled up. I mean, we're talking television here. It's not a YouTube channel. You have a schedule for the release of this, and at the last minute, she pulls it. And the reason she pulls it, according to her, and this is actually the reason she's given, is she thinks that it was not fair to the Trump administration. Obviously, the report includes a bunch of information on how CECOT is a torture cell, a dungeon, a rape prison, and just about the worst place on earth. Bari Weiss, neutral Bari Weiss, centrist Bari Weiss, free press Bari Weiss, said, you should have an interview with Stephen Miller in here. That's an interesting suggestion, don't you think? Stephen Miller, the deputy chief of staff. Just, isn't that interesting? Like, we're all still pretending that he's the deputy chief of staff. Why the fuck would you talk to him and not like Pam Bondi, DOJ, or Marco Rubio, the State Department? No. Talk to the deputy chief of staff. That's the guy you want to talk to. I wonder why. And she gave Miller's contact info to the 60 Minutes staff. But of course, they had already requested comment from the Department of Homeland Security, the White House, and the State Department. So, Bari Weiss just pulled it. Yeah, this would be, and I'm being serious, and I'm sorry, we're pulling it, but it would be like pulling a document or a documentary on the Holocaust because you have not interviewed, Hitler or some former Nazi official or the Grand Wizard of the Ku Klux Klan. It's absolutely insane. The fact that Bari Weiss has been given basically unrestricted power over an entire news network, even though she has no journalistic credibility. Well, I don't want to do that, actually. The problem with Bari Weiss is not that she has no experience as a journalist. The problem with Bari Weiss is that she's Hitler. She's an evil bitch. She's a monstrous person and a stooge for billionaires. She will do anything she is told if it furthers her own power and lands more money in her pocket. Like, her only job is to make everyone beneath her subservient to the billionaires that rule her, and to Israel, of course. Always also to Israel. This is an email from an internal email from a correspondent at 60 Minutes, which, if I may, if we could all hold our attention spans together just a little bit. News team, thank you for the notes and texts. I apologize for not reaching out earlier. I learned on Saturday that Bari Weiss spiked our story Inside CECOT, which was supposed to air tonight. We, Ori and I, asked for a call to discuss her decision. She did not afford us that courtesy or opportunity. Our story was screened 5 times and cleared by both CBS attorneys and Standards and Practices. It is factually correct. In my view, pulling it now, after every rigorous internal check has been met, is not an editorial decision, but a political one. We requested responses to questions and or interviews with DHS, the White House, and the State Department. Government silence is a statement, not a veto. Their refusal to be interviewed is a tactical maneuver designed to kill the story. If the administration's refusal to participate becomes a valid reason to spike a story, then we effectively hand them a kill switch for any reporting they find inconvenient. If the standard for airing a story becomes the government must agree to be interviewed, then the government effectively gains control over the 60 Minutes broadcast. We go from an investigative powerhouse to a stenographer for the state. These men risk their lives to speak with us. We have a moral and professional obligation to the sources who entrusted us with their stories. Abandoning them now is a betrayal of the most basic tenet of journalism, giving voice to the voiceless. CBS spiked the Jeffrey Wiggin interview due to legal concerns, nearly destroying the credibility of this broadcast. It took years to recover from that low point. By pulling this story to shield an administration, we are repeating that history, but for political optics rather than legal ones. We have been promoting this story on social media for days. Our viewers are expecting it. When it fails to air without a credible explanation, the public will correctly identify this as corporate censorship. We are trading 50 years of gold standard reputation for a single week of political quiet. I care too much about this broadcast to watch it be dismantled without a fight. One bit of credit to CBS is that it does seem to be full of people who actually care, at least on some level. Like, everyone in CBS fucking despises Bari Weiss. Like, all the reporting, of course, because every single person working there has been like so eager to speak off the record, or with condition of anonymity to say like, yeah, Bari Weiss is fucking awful. She's so stupid. She's illiterate. She's incompetent. She's just a stooge. Blah 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 blah. Right? We know exactly what she is, what she represents. Which I guess makes me wonder, how badly would Bari Weiss have to run CBS before she gets pulled? Is there a floor? Or do you think Ellison would allow her to literally just reduce the network to nothing if it meant keeping it from investigating the Trump administration? Like, would they rather have no network than a neutral one? There might actually be no ground floor with this, right? Like Bari Weiss can just do this very transparently over and over and over and over and over and over and over again, and it doesn't matter, and there are no consequences. Well, she is a midwit. Stop misusing that word. I didn't give you that word so you could misuse it. Bari Weiss isn't a midwit. She's, for one, not mid of wit. She is very stupid, and there's plenty of evidence. She's just a stooge for billionaires. She's it. That's it. She's a capo. She's her job is to receive orders and then stupidly, blithely just recite them to just at all of the people that she has control over. That's it. A corporate brain parasite, a psyop. There's no authentic or legitimate thought going into this. Larry Ellison doesn't own a CBS for the money, it's for the control. Yeah, which does make me think that he would be okay with just eliminating the network entirely, you know? It's grim, man. It's really, really grim. I'm not going to lie. This is a level of direct editorial control that I did not expect Bari Weiss being willing to jump into right away. You know, like, I guess I thought she would try to, I don't know if it's good or bad for us. Like, on one hand, it's insane that she feels this confident out the opening. But on the other hand, wouldn't it have been smarter for her to play the long game? Like, maybe don't just swagger into the office and say, we're no longer going to say stuff that's mean about Trump. We're going to say good things about Trump. Wouldn't it have been smarter maybe to kind of like integrate herself into the culture of the network a little bit and make friends, selectively fire people, replace stooges, and eventually just change the culture of the network? No? I don't know.
I think that's accurate. This is a blow to credibility. Whether or not the piece actually airs in the future, and Editor-in-Chief Bari Weiss is saying to the staff this morning, this segment will air when it's ready. But here's what's odd about the situation. We can walk through the timeline, and I think it'll show how this doesn't really add up, all right? Correspondent Sharon Alfonsi had been working on this segment for weeks. She interviewed some of these deportees who described torturous conditions at CECOT, that prison in El Salvador.
Is it really CECOT? It's not CECOT? I thought it was CSOT at first. It's not CECOT, CECOT? I can't keep up with it, man.
Administration has been sending migrants to. So these interviews were in the can, they were edited. This segment was ready to go according to producers, editors, fact checkers, and even the lawyers who reviewed the segment. As of Friday, this was ready to go. And that's significant because on Thursday night, Editor-in-Chief Bari Weiss was able to screen it for the first time. I'm told she had some concerns, but there was a sort of an assessment that the piece was going to move forward. And on Friday afternoon, this broadcast was publicized. It was promoted ahead of time.
Right. She was likely contacted by the Trump administration a little bit before it aired and told, like, don't release it, either by Ellison or the Trump administration. She is a stooge for both, probably in equal measure. At first, she had some concerns, and then somebody with power, saw it or heard about it, and they were like, no, shut it down.
Segment
Hopefully
was
this gets like
to the
Streisand
public.
affected, you know?
And yet, on Saturday morning, Weiss weighed in with additional concerns. And I'm told, according to sources, she was especially concerned about the lack of a Trump administration response to the reporting. Now, Alfonsi says in an internal memo that waiting for a response is unrealistic because it's clear the Trump administration did not want to respond to these allegations. She said, I want to pull up the quote here, their refusal to be interviewed was a tactical maneuver designed to kill the story. If the administration's refusal to participate becomes a valid reason to spike a story, we have effectively handed them a kill switch for any reporting they find inconvenient. So that's the view from the 60 Minutes reporting team. The piece was ready to go. It was in the can. It was going to be broadcast on Sunday. But all of a sudden, over the weekend, Weiss decided to shelve it. And that has created a real uproar inside CBS News, with widespread concerns about political meddling and about corporate interference. all
Concerns about, God, the way they talk about everything. Yeah, but couldn't they kill it more subtly? She could have if she was smart. Again, I don't know. Maybe this leads to more of a Streisand effect thing. So far, Bari Weiss has been doing a This is a woman so stupid that her grand strategy for shifting CBS over to the right was like, day one, I will interview Erica Kirk. Day two, I will do a town hall with Erica Kirk. Day three, I will post 78 clips of both of those things to social media promoting it. Like, there's no subtlety at all. She is really dumb. Yeah.
this coming as CBS's parent company, Paramount, both tries to...
I'm foreign to CBS, like super respected. Yes, CBS was one of the legendary cable broadcast news networks, like one of the big three that was... I mean, it's basically like the bedrock of television, you know? Now, obviously, it doesn't really have as much of that reputation nowadays. Now it certainly doesn't have it at all. But, yeah.
Itself with the Trump administration and tries a hostile takeover bid for this network's parent company, Warner Bros. Discovery.
I mean, and it comes as President Trump has really been ratcheting up his criticism of 60 Minutes. Tell us more about that and the timing of this.
Yes, that's right. And that is the essential context here. You know, when Paramount changed hands earlier this year, Trump praised the new owners, David Ellison and his father, Larry. He described them as friends and supporters. Trump was very excited to have CBS moving into new hands. But 2 weeks ago, Trump changed his tunes. He started to criticize the Ellisons and 60 Minutes specifically. Trump at first was mad about an interview with Marjorie Taylor Greene that aired on the broadcast. We know Trump cares a lot about 60 Minutes, and we know he's been railing against both the broadcast and the new owners of Paramount. At the same time, these owners need regulatory approval for their future aspirations to grow the company. So that is the political context for the story. Now, I'm told by sources at CBS that Bari Weiss became more...
You're forgetting about this new program series that Bank of America is sponsoring on CBS? Fucking... Wait, is this real? Are we still capable of real civil discourse? CBS News thinks so. Introducing Things That Matter, a new primetime series produced in conjunction with the Free Press. Has feminism failed women? Should Gen Z believe in the American dream? Does America need God? Things That Matter brings real arguments back to primetime. Live debate in front of an audience with the thinkers shaping our culture facing off in real time. Brought to you by Bank of America. Should Gen Z believe in the American dream? Henry Sisson versus Isabel Brown. Does America need God? Known Jeffrey Epstein friend Steven Pinker versus Roth Dutted. And Sam Altman, known pedophile, rapist, tech god wannabe. Yeah. Sam Altman, J.D. Vance, Wes Moore, and more. God, they're so fucking occupied. It wouldn't surprise me if Bari Weiss actually has direct control over their social media. At the very least, the social media team has 100% been replaced by the Free Press people. Jesus Christ. This country is such a joke. Capital is a joke. Or I say capital makes jokes of all of us. This country is full of good people, good ideas, good food, good clothing, and a lot of money, okay? Capital makes a farce of all of it. Or I guess to put a button on a previous point, do you guys think without organized capital, any of this would happen? Do you see the puppet stage? Do you see the theater? Do you see the stage lights casting harsh shadows? Do you think any of this could ever happen authentically as a genuine product of people's genuine feelings? No. Always organized capital. Making cattle of us all. See the cat? See the cradle? Exactly. You get it. You get it. Weiss tried to justify not running the story. To who? She said the pulled 60-minute segment on a Salvadoran prison, quote, did not advance the ball. I want to say something about trust, our trust for each other and our trust from the public. The only newsroom I'm interested in running is one in which we're able to have contentious disagreements. This is the only thing she ever says about anything. Every single fucking argument from her is, I believe that we should all be able to sit down and engage in the free marketplace of ideas, which is why I have with me Adolf Hitler. Adolf Hitler, can you explain to me why you were right about our people? I held a 60-minute segment because it was not ready. While the story presented powerful testimony of torture at CECOT, it did not advance the ball. The Times and other outlets have previously done similar work. Typical, oh yeah, super normal reason to pull a investigative report hours before it releases. The public knows that Venezuelans have been subjected to horrific treatment at this prison. This actually reeks of desperation to me. Because we know the initial reason she provided was it was unfair to the Trump administration. You should interview Stephen Miller, right? But now that it's getting heat, she's like, well, I just don't think it was interesting enough, which is a completely bullshit excuse, you know? Desperation. She's so fucking stupid. Did you see that, the Free Press article about Jewish parents being mad at their kids not voting for Cuomo? Yeah, I saw it. It's pretty funny. The only arguments the Free Press and its affiliated writers can make essentially are, why are you not more subservient to Israel? Why are you not more subservient to tech billionaires? And why are you not more subservient to the Trump administration? That's it. Every single article boils down to that every single time. That's literally all immigrant parents with their progressive children. It's not unique to Jews, lol. Oh, no. But BARI WEISS is an arch-Zionist. She wants you to blame Jews for everything Israel has done. It's what her masters have told her to make you mad about, after all. There's nothing they love more than riling up this discourse, you know? Make sure you believe that everything that is Jewish is Zionist and everything that is Zionist is Jewish. She's very insistent on those two things being the same thing. Hitlerite freak. Inside CECOT is available on Global TV in Canada. Ah, yes, because they had the distribution rights, and they had already put forward that contract. Yes, watch.globaltv.com. So she only pulled it in America? That's pretty funny. Available for 6 days. No, that's not the one. Episode 13, 12. Oh no, yeah, here we go. Migrants the Trump admin deported and placed in CECOT. Yeah, there it is, right there. It says you can only view it from Canada, though. NordVPN. This is it. This is where I do my very, very first sponsorship after 6 years. The 60 Minutes team was able to get it to the Canadian distributor. Good for them. Maybe I'll actually watch it. Maybe I'll dust off a VPN. On stream? No, not on stream. I'm not in that much of a hurry to get a copyright striked, thank you. Close this, close that, close this, close that, close this. And what is this? Seems like the weird Epstein video is real. It comes from the DOJ email in the files. Did you not hear what I was saying earlier? I'm aware of the fact that it came from the DOJ email. I'm saying that I don't buy it. I mean, we'll see. We'll see what people say about it.
New this morning, as the DOJ prepares to release more documents related to the Jeffrey Epstein investigation, the department is facing intense criticism over the slow pace of the rollout and the heavy redaction in the initial batch of files. The DOJ says it erred on the side of, quote, over redaction to protect victims of Epstein. Yesterday, the Justice Department republished a photo taken from Epstein's home that featured an image of President Trump. It was deleted Saturday, but reappeared Sunday, with the DOJ saying it temporarily removed the picture to make sure it didn't show any victims. The heavy redactions and drip of the documents release has angered the...
There were literally thousands of photos where they failed to redact or to put black boxes over the faces or information of victims. They did not just pull that photo for that reason.
Partisan lawmakers behind the Epstein files legislation, they're now threatening contempt proceedings against Attorney General Pam Bondi. Listen.
The quickest way, and I think most expeditious way to get justice for these victims is to bring inherent contempt against Pam Bondi.
We're building a bipartisan coalition, and it would fine Pam Bondi for every day that she's not releasing these documents.
Joining me now, CNN legal analyst and criminal defense attorney Joey Jackson. We heard Republican Congressman Thomas Massey, who is also behind pushing this forward, say that the letter of the law and the spirit of the law has been broken, something that many Democrats agree with. What's the recourse here?
Always with the rhetoric, always. People agree with, never a statement, never an actual statement of fact.
As you started to see there, what they're going to potentially, what they could do, but they have to have bipartisan support, obviously.
Yes, they must. So, Sarah, good morning to you. What happens is generally the recourse, the remedy, when you're not complying with the law, is in the law itself. The unfortunate thing here is that there is no provision in this law that gives a specific remedy. And so what they have to do, that is Congress, is look for ways in which they could bring enforcement. The law is very clear. The law indicates you have records, communications, you have documents that are to be released. It's called the Transparency Act. It's called that because it really envisions the information coming out to the public. It also says you have 30 days to do so. It also says, Sarah, that after those 30 days, 15 days later, you're to report to Congress with respect to the redactions, the categories of them, why you redacted them, what was the purpose, etc. So what you're looking for is compliance. So what I believe, and they've been floating this, you heard there, either...
Trump just announced a naval buildup. Okay, that's great. I don't fucking care. I'm looking at this right now. Just give me the damn link if you want to give me the link. I don't know. What do you... Trump says lots of shit.
Contempt proceedings, impeachment proceedings, but something to bring teeth to the notion that what we said to do in the law, which, by the way, it passed in the House less one vote, right? I mean, there was only one person that didn't vote for it, and unanimous in the Senate. So this is something that the public is screaming for.
Yeah, I want to talk about the 15 or so files that were taken down a day after they were posted, which included a photograph of President Trump, Melania, Epstein, and Ghislaine Maxwell. Here's what the DOJ said the reasoning was for pulling down those images. It says, out of an abundance of caution, the Department of Justice temporarily removed the image for further review. After the review, it was determined there was no evidence that any Epstein victims were depicted.
Trump and Governor Landry are also talking about potentially invading Greenland. Remember 15 seconds ago when I indicated that I didn't care because I was looking at this thing? Just give me the link. I don't understand you people.
The photograph, and it has been reposted without any alteration.
Trump renamed the Kennedy Memorial Center. He did that days ago. This is why I emphasize the importance of getting off the internet and spending some time in person and learning how to interact, because sometimes I feel like the internet is actively making you guys worse people. You're so numbed to the lessened social etiquette of internet forums and live streaming culture that you forget like the innuendo reading that you have to engage in to function interpersonally. It makes me wonder if you log off and you act like that with other people. Is this the reason why you can't maintain a conversation to other people like in a social setting? It's because you're not actually listening to what they're saying. You're just waiting for them to stop talking so you can bring up the subject that you decided 15 minutes ago you wanted to talk about. Were you even listening to what they said? Their dog died.
redaction. I mean, when you look at this sort of push and pull, it's like they put it out, they take it back, they put it out. What does this tell you about the process they are using to deal with an enormous amount, to be fair, an enormous amount of files and documents?
Yeah, I think there's a concern amongst the public about whether there is a cover-up or whether this is being done in good faith, whether you have Clinton's name mentioned.
No, there isn't. No one's talking about this. No one. Go online right now and look for people who are genuinely, earnestly considering whether these redactions are being done in good faith. They're not. There are exactly two camps to this. A very, very large number of people who are accusing the government of a cover-up, and a smaller group of people who are saying, yeah, but you got owned by it. You're owned by this. You're owned by the files. There is no real discussion being had here. The fucking sane-washing. Yeah. Maybe it'll be better. What is this? Meet the Press?
Produced. Mr. Blanche, I want to follow up with you on what you just said. You were referencing the 15 files released.
Good, we like her. I don't know why the fuck I go to CNN, honestly. Unless it's, oh God, I'm so sorry. I'm forgetting her name. What's the name of the woman with the cat face? Unless it's her, like, CNN never gives me what I want, ever. It's always fucking slop dog shit, you know? Meet the Press, they actually... Caitlin Collins, thank you. Caitlin Collins, I think, does good work. Everyone else there is a waste of fucking time. I'm actually blanking on her name as well. I apologize for my misogyny, but I think that she also does a good job.
Friday, they disappeared from DOJ's website yesterday, including this photo of what looks like a desk with a drawer open containing photos of Donald Trump. Just to be very clear, to put a fine point on it, why were these files taken down? You're saying it was at the direction of a judge?
Well, you can see in that photo, there's photographs of women. And so we learned after releasing that photograph that there were concerns about those women and the fact that we had put that photo up. So we pulled that photo down. It has nothing to do with President Trump. There are dozens of photos of President Trump already released to the public, seeing him with Mr. Epstein. He has said that in the 90s and early 2000s, he socialized with him. So the absurdity of us pulling down a photo, a single photo, because President Trump was in it, is laughable. And the fact that everybody's trying to act like that's the case is a reflection of their true motivation.
It is laughable. That is true. He is correct on that one, but it's not laughable for the reason he wants you to think it is.
But the reality is anybody, any victim, any victim's lawyers, any victim rights group can reach out to us and say, hey, Department of Justice, there's a document, there's a photo, there's something within the Epstein files that identifies me, and we will then, of course, pull that off and investigate it.
Are you saying that one or more of the women in one of the photos or several of the photos is a victim or a survivor of Jeffrey Epstein, and that's why you took those files down, and will they be put back up?
No, that's not what I'm saying.
No. Yeah, we just took that photo down without any explanation because there could be because you know, there was photographs of victims in there. Oh, the victims that were photographed with Trump. No.
We, of course, if we knew that, if we believed that photograph contained a survivor, we wouldn't have put it up in the first place without redacting the faces.
Then why did you take it down? What? Why you? Back to back, then why delete it?
Notwithstanding what we believe, we don't have perfect information. And so when we hear from victims' rights groups about this type of photograph, we pull it down and investigate. We're still investigating that photo. The photo will go back up, and the only question is whether there will be redactions on the photo. And of course, if there are survivors in any of the photos, we will redact them as Congress expects us to do, as President Trump expects us to do, and as the Attorney General and Director...
The embarrassing thing is that he's probably handling this way better than his superior would. Pam Bondi would have folded under this question. He's so panicked, man. I don't know if you guys need to like smoke more before, like, what you need some kind of drug that makes it less obvious that you're reacting to the information, or at least get your fucking story straight. We pulled that photo because we learned that there were unredacted images of victims in it. No, there were no victims there. Why would Trump ever do that? We would never do that, but we pulled it anyway.
Directed the department to do.
Okay.
Remarkable. Truly remarkable. Trump was a victim? That would be the funniest third act twist, wouldn't it? If Trump was like, the reason, dear American people, the reason why I have not been forthcoming on the Epstein files is because I too was a trafficked victim. And it makes me uncomfortable. He should go for it. That way all the MAGA accounts on Twitter could be like, oh, now all of the left has to lay off Trump because he's a victim, because the left cares so much about rape or whatever. Something like that, you know? You get it. You get the game. You understand. No, I do think they would pull that, you know? I do think they would pull that, 100%. If they thought it was funny enough. Bill Clinton has called on Trump to release the full Epstein files, including all documents mentioning both Trump and Clinton. That's pretty based. Clinton's like, they're not gonna arrest me. Whatever. Who cares? Do it. Do it!
At a time, I do want to ask you about Ghislaine Maxwell, who was, of course, convicted in 2021 for her role in helping Jeffrey Epstein traffic his victims. In July, you interviewed her in Florida, where she was serving a 20-year sentence in federal prison.
Yeah, this is the guy who met with Ghislaine Maxwell right before she got transferred to a nicer prison, and then also at the new nice prison, everyone's treating her like a princess. This is the guy who met with her and had an unrecorded conversation, and then came back and told everyone, yeah, basically Ghislaine Maxwell says that Trump didn't do anything wrong, and also that he's a great gentleman and he should pardon her.
And just a week later, Maxwell was moved to a more permissive prison camp in Texas. Why was she moved just days after you interviewed her, Mr. Blanche?
So that's a Bureau of Prison Security issue that I will not talk about.
Did you have anything to do with it? Did you have anything to do with it?
Let me finish. First of all, I am responsible for the Bureau of Prisons. So every decision that they make lands on my desk to the extent it needs to.
He's really bad at this. Wow. He's shockingly bad at this. Oh my God. That wasn't me, that was the Bureau of Prisons. Okay, yeah, the Bureau of Prisons answers to me, but
just let me talk about the security issue. At the time that I met Miss Maxwell, there was a tremendous amount of scrutiny and publicity towards her, and the institution she was in, she was suffering numerous threats against her life. So
you seem awfully sympathetic.
The BOP is not only responsible for putting people in jail and making sure they stay in jail, but also for their safety. And so she was moved. She is in federal prison. She was in federal prison before. She's in federal prison now. She's doing 20 years because she was convicted. And the fact that she moved, she might be moved to.
His meeting with her was recorded. Oh, sorry. Okay, I was incorrect. It was recorded. It was redacted then, right? Like the transcript of their conversation had selective redactions, if I remember correctly. I remember there being some kind of withholding of information.
Another institution tomorrow if security requires it, and that's true of any federal inmate.
But the child sex trafficker got threats in jail. Yeah, I like how he's saying this. Like, this is supposed to tug people's heartstrings. Like, wow, really? The child sex trafficker is getting threats in prison? That's crazy. What am I supposed? Okay. Like, Trump supporters are like, kill every pedophile, and then they're all moved to tears at this, you know, this revelation. No, but there were no hard questions. The AAG purposely led her to soft answers. Yeah. I think I remember covering this. Glad the DOJ cares so much about prison inmates. Only the pedophilic ones. Only the pedophilic ones. Shockingly bad at this, man. Maxwell asked for her sentence to be vacated last week. She's impatient, huh? Pretty crazy of her to do this, like in the midst of the Epstein files release, you know? Wouldn't it make more sense for her to wait like 3 months or something? Or whatever? Now is not exactly the best time for Trump to get out there and say, yeah, we're fucking vacating her sentence. Oy, oy, oy. Maybe she's blackmailing? Maybe. Yeah, she does have a lot of leverage. It would be like super easy for her to blow the lid off of this. Truth, Aina, though I have a feeling they're going to be sticking around for a while, even if it's a lame duck presidency. Not that them being a lame duck presidency even matters much if Congress isn't willing to do anything about it. Ugh. Sorry, it's just like actually disgusting. Were Maxwell and Epstein a couple? Yes? How did you miss that bit of information? They were a power couple. They were the power couple, even. How is that possible if they're both pedos? I don't think pedophilia works like that, where like being a pedophile means you can't have a girlfriend. It would probably make it a little bit easier to suss them out, right? Think there's probably a little bit of a wider range of expression there. I would imagine, given like all of the fucking stories there have been of like shitty stepdad being a pedophile. It's not good. You shouldn't do that. Sorry. Being a live streamer for long enough, you're basically just accumulating a library of verbal tics that you defer to in response to any situation, you know? It saves brain space for like the arguments that you want to make. The rest of it you can just pitch to the reflex type shit. Yes, yes. Very good. Very good. You guys see this one?
In the United States of America, you don't have to apologize for being white anymore.
Fucking based, Mr. Vice President. Based, based, based. Based, based, based. They are cheering. They are cheering.
In the United States of America, you don't have to apologize for being white anymore.
It's true. Since Trump got elected, I haven't apologized for being white once. I don't think I had before, but it hasn't happened yet, so, you know. Do we still have to apologize for being black? Yes, obviously, yeah. Based in Deus Volt, my fellow comrade. I remember before Trump was voted in, you apologized like 5 times a day. I've been feeling pretty good lately. Do you think it's because I have less white guilt? Like, am I freed now from the shackles of... It's crazy, right? First, black people were in chains, and then MLK flipped the script and put all white people in mind chains that made us feel bad for being white or something. Type shit. 6-7. I'm sorry. It's just... Stop. I love this tweet. Nicki Minaj said something at AmFest that was really profound. I'm paraphrasing, but she said, just because I want little black girls to think they're beautiful doesn't mean I need to put down little girls with blonde hair and blue eyes. As we all know, this was something that was happening a lot before Trump got elected in 2024, you know? Oh, you know he hates doing this? Oh, 100%, 100%, yeah. It must suck being an actual racist and feeling like you have no choice but to do this incorporation thing where you pretend that you're not to agree with Nicki fucking Minaj. We all got wrapped up over the last few years in zero-sum thinking. This was because the people who thought they rule the world pit us against each other. You are the vice president of the United States of America. Nicki Minaj rejects that. We all should. I bet Nicki Minaj has made a bunch of flippant anti-white statements over the years. I mean, she's a black hip-hop artist, or at least she was. There's no fucking way she hasn't. We need to get her to denounce those. We have to play those out loud in front of her and get her to denounce them. She's been racist towards Asians? Who amongst us? She became anti-COVID because of her cousin's ball. Yeah. That's old news. That's old news, okay? That's old news. I wasn't going to talk about this because it's like, did you know that our vice president is a white supremacist? Wow. And then the follow-up to that is, did you know that our vice president and, in fact, the entire administration is engaging in a meaningless game of vice signaling where they, you know, pretend that they're doing something for the country when in reality they're just distracting the cattle that vote for them with cultural signifiers that mean and do nothing other than indicate they both share the same grievances? And that's like level 2, right? Level 3 was when somebody in chat linked this, and that's what made me want to talk about it. Oh, you know the libs melted down over that line JD Vance delivered at AmFest. Now, I'm actually potentially revealing my ass here because I haven't scrolled down past this, so I don't know for a fact they're referring to the you don't have to apologize for being white line, but I'm going to guess that's what it's referring to. That's what it's referring to. I was correct. Yeah. Town Hall, I don't need more of my racist uncle, it's the holidays. How popular would you guys say Town Hall is? I'm sorry, I don't really engage with the other side as much as I used to. How popular would you say this is? Boomer slop? Is that the demographic it appeals to? Like racist uncles, that kind of first time hearing about this site? Well, then your information, your perspective isn't very useful, is it? You know? When I say something like, hey, what do you guys know about this? You think saying you know nothing it's not very helpful to me, is it? Well, sorry, you should be. Why is this the 12-year-old mentality of triggering the libs? I mean, it is, right? It's like we're stuck in 2016 forever. Can you imagine still talking this way when you run the entire government? Like, it was one thing to talk like this back in 2016 to 2020 when Trump didn't get to do a lot of the stuff that he wanted to do. And it was one thing to talk like this back in 2021 to 2024 when you weren't in power. But now that you run all three branches of government, to still say like, lib meltdown, now it's just boring. It's deeply sad. It's deeply, deeply sad. And it really makes you wonder about the psychological profile of the people who are wooed by this. I understand the people who write this, the people who speak like this are grifters and they don't believe in anything, blah, blah, blah. But the people who actually find stuff like this persuasive, like, can you imagine being the kind of guy who's barely making ends meet? The economy is objectively worse for everyone right now. It's not going great, right? Unless your job is investing in Nvidia in 2021. Things aren't going well for you. And then you see this and you're like, yes, the reason I'm happy that JD Vance said white people no longer have to apologize for their existence is because it made the libs mad. What the fuck is going on in your head? Genuinely, like where are you at? I don't think you should be able to vote. I don't think you're persuadable. It's fucking pathetic. Do you care about anything? Like, even in your own life? I mean, do you care about your own grumbling tummy? Do you care about your own retirement? You know how I've always been really reflexively negative when people in chat pretend they don't have to care now because they don't think they're going to live that long. Like, this is a sentiment often expressed by young gay people, where you're like, you need to take care of your body and save money, and then the young gay person is like, I'm not going to make it to 25 anyway. And the correct response to this is to call them a retard and slap them over and over again until they like wake the fuck up. 25-year-old you is not a different person. One day you will wake up and it will be you, and you will still want to be alive. And if you don't think you will, why are you alive right now? When you're 25, you're actually probably going to be more mentally stable than you are right now. So if you're around right now, odds are at 25, imagine if that was like a committed position you had to make. You wake up on your 25th birthday and the universe tells you, sorry, at 18 you said your life was going to end today, so that's it. And you're like, wait, I feel fine. No! Ah! Well, that's basically what you're doing if you don't take care of your body when you're 18. You know, like if you're that's basically the future you're committing yourself to if you're not taking steps now. One of the reasons I'm so reflexively negative to that sentiment, part of it's because I love you guys and I want you to take care of yourselves, but also part of it is because I actually think it's a reactionary mindset. I think that it's reactionary, it's an otherization of yourself, but in the future. I think that it makes you a political unagent. It makes you, it detaches you from the conditions that that you're supposed to care about. You know, it's in a way, it's similar to like the kind of conservative for whom life is wretched. I mean, like they're doing really, really badly. Think of literally everyone in West Virginia. I don't fucking know. Every rural American, right? Their lives are shit. They're bad people. Everyone around them is bad people. They suck. They're wretched peasant people, except at least the peasants believed in hospitality. You know, they have no excuses, etc. And they don't think things are going to continue on much longer, right? Like they think they're in the end times, either in an evangelical sense or maybe just like they're past their good days. And then they see something like this and they guffaw. And I think the reason they're satisfied by this is because they don't think there's anything left in their life. There's nothing left for them except mocking or belittling the people they don't like. Like they have given up on the prospect that anything could be done to make their lives better. They're removing themselves from the hurt of caring and not having that care rewarded with a better future, you know? Isn't a lot of this going to get resolved once a lot of these old boomers kick the bucket finally? No, because there are lots and lots and lots of young people like this too. There are tons of young people who think that the world is fucked anyway, so why not just burn it all down now? You know? That sickening misanthropy that you see occasionally on the left, but it's the entire right now. Like, it's all of them, right? They don't even pretend to want to make things better. They just think it's based in epic that things are getting worse for the other side faster. I think a lot of them believe that things can only ever get worse. Average Asmongold watcher? Oh, for sure. Yeah, he does that a lot. Yeah, very much the impression of like him and no one around him or watching him or whatever cares about good things potentially happening. Like the ability for life to get better for any group of people. They're just hateful towards others and they just want them to suffer more than they suffer. But they think their suffering is basically like a foregone conclusion. You know? The word you're looking for is despair. Yeah, that's definitely part of it. This is a very lazy article. It's literally just Twitter clips. Super, super lazy. But that's the tone they take. Better to die a patriot than live a coward. Okay. From Jack Posobiec, the world's boldest Nazi. JD Vance at Amfest. Yeah. Got $1.12 for this post. Lame? Super lame. But there are people who are like, you know, moved by this. It's just hard to think about. Hard to comprehend? You see this, the Gen Z voters talking favorably about Adolf Hitler, the conservatives. Yeah, I think it's because I think a lot of these young people who are speaking positively about Hitler would also speak positively about Roosevelt. I think that what they're really longing for is the belief that anything can happen. The belief that if you get a strong executive, you could change the world in some way. So what they admire in Hitler isn't so much like the stuff he did, but the fact that he could do it. And a lot of them are probably super, super disillusioned by the fact that Trump right now basically has infinite power and he still can't seem to do anything. You know, like he's still, even with all three branches of government and an unprecedented degree of cronyism and corruption and strong-arming other institutions, he still like can't really do anything. He can only decay what already exists. This is also a kind of apathy. Nick Fuentes basically said as much in his Piers Morgan interview. Yeah, he's been clear on this in the past. It's not really about Hitler, you know? Nick Fuentes would drop all the anti-Semitism like that if there was a more convenient, if there was a, what would you call it, path of least resistance that he could follow. It's not about the specific bigotry. It's about the belief that you're a part of some kind of overwhelming tide of popular sentiment that is going to, you know, it's going to overwhelm the establishment and you're finally going to be able to do something. You will finally in your life be able to do something. People's disillusionment in this respect is as much the Democrats' fault as the Republicans. It's not like the Democrats do anything, right? Obama didn't do anything. Biden didn't do anything. People need to believe you can do something. And if they don't believe that, they're going to start to, you know, worship leaders who they thought could do something. And because these guys are on the right, of course, they think of Adolf Hitler. Like, look at this shit. Andrew, I'm in favor of a strong executive. I think we should have a stronger executive branch. I don't think we should be killing people or doing mass genocide, obviously, but I do think we should have a strong executive. I feel like one of the biggest problems that Trump is running into right now is all these little courts. They want to throw up little blockages against everything he's trying to do, whether it be his tariffs or deporting people. I'm very pro-strong executive. It's cope. Like, he thinks the reason nothing is changing is because there's one little obstacle, when in reality, the reasons nothing changing is because capital interests are entrenched in every fucking fiber of every fucking organism in this country. And the only way that can be changed is if you challenge the underlying material currents, you know? You will never, ever, 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 ever change the direction of this country just by, like, getting a stronger strongman. At the end of the day, you're just beholden to those conditions. You have to change the conditions. But expecting these retards to understand dialectical materialism is probably a little bit much. I think he was a great leader, to be honest. I think what he was going for was terrible, but I think he showed strong leadership values. See, it's just they just like the idea of somebody being able to do something. That's it. Great con shit? Yes, well. Why aren't they into Tito then? Because they don't know who he is. They could be into anyone. Didn't Hitler mostly fuck stuff up by micromanaging? Yeah, I'm not saying these guys are smart. I'm not endorsing their way of thinking. I'm pointing out what the psychological place that it comes from. Do you like Tito? I don't know. Kind of hard to credit him for anything when it all fell apart as soon as he died. Trump's live? Sure. Okay, well, look at whatever the fuck Trump is talking about.
And I thought this would be in the middle of the pack, but maybe easy, but in the middle of the pack. But there's a lot of hatred between those two people, and when there's hatred, there's, you know. But we stopped one war 38 years, one war 35 years, one war was going on for 32 years. Think of that. Pretty amazing. So we'll have the help of, you know, mechanical help, if you want to call it that. But we'll have who's at Epstein's Island a lot. I wasn't. I never went there, by the way. But fortunately, it's nice.
Just a random place I clicked to. Just a random place. He sounds like shit, by the way.
But I never went there. But a lot of people did go there. But instead of talking about the battleships, or instead of talking about most favored nations drugs, we're bringing down drug prices like at a level that has never.
Okay, so this is his mandatory, why are you guys talking about the Epstein files when you could be talking about all this stuff I've done section?
Been thought of by thousands. Think of it, by 1,000%, by 1,200, 1,300, 1,400% in some cases. A drug that sells for $10 in London is costing $130. It's terrible. Look.
Where's the section in the live stream where he says that he's creating a new class of battleship? This is the most, this is never going to ever happen thing I've ever seen in my entire life. Trump announces plans for a new class of more powerful U.S. battleships. It's right at the start, USS Epstein. Listen to this stupid shit. Donald Trump on Monday announced plans for the Navy to begin building a new class of battleship that he said would be larger, faster, and 100 times more powerful than the biggest of any previous U.S.-built warship. Incredible. Battleship Y? Don't worry about it. It's not going to happen. He just wanted to announce it because it sounded cool. It's literally not happening.
I don't like, I like Bill Clinton. Going at the Golden Fleet, and we're...
Golden Fleet. Golden Fleet.
Wow, it's beautiful. It's the first renderings of what we're doing. So I want to wish everybody a big hello and Merry Christmas and welcome to Mar-a-Lago for this exciting announcement of the new Golden Fleet. We're calling it the Golden Fleet that we're building for the United States Navy. As you know, we're desperately in need of ships. Our ships are, some of them have gotten old and tired and obsolete, and we're going to go the exact opposite direction. We're delighted to be joined by Secretary of War Pete Hegseth, who's doing a fantastic job, and Secretary of the Navy, John Phelan. Marco Rubio is here, who gave a great few words toward the end of last week. He spoke for a couple of hours on what a good job we're doing, which is true. As Commander-in-Chief, it's my great honor to announce that I have approved a plan for the Navy to begin the construction of two brand new, very large, largest we've ever built, battleships. You know, you used to build the Iowa, the Missouri, the Wisconsin, the Alabama, many others. We had big battleships. These are bigger.
Wunderwaffen type shit? Yeah, no kidding. I guess we had to come back around to this eventually, you know?
But they will have 100 times the, there'll be 100 times the force, the power. And there's never been anything like these ships. These have been under design consideration for a long time.
Yeah, like maybe the plans were drawn up in the 30s or something.
And it started with me in my first term, because I said, why aren't we doing battleships like we used to? And the...
Oh, wow, he's just straight up saying it. He's hello, I am 100 years old. Do you have any iron... We don't have any ironclads in our Navy? What the fuck?
These are the best in the world. They'll be the fastest, the biggest, and by far 100 times more powerful.
I went down to our shipyards. I took a look at the boats they're building. We do not have 4 rows of cannon breeches. On both sides, the sides are flat, the sides are smooth. How are you supposed to fire on adjacent ships?
Than any battleship ever built. So if you look at the Iowa, the Missouri, Wisconsin,
Where are
Alabama,
the sails to catch the wind?
they were similar. in
The
size,
galleons,
some a
there are
little
no
bit bigger than the
galleons
others, but
anymore.
If you take the biggest one, it's 100 times more powerful. They're longer by a little bit. But and they're bigger ships, but they hold much more. They use the word lethality. Battleships are the largest, sturdiest, and most heavily armed vessel built specifically for naval combat.
Uh-huh.
While America's built many new warships
in
over
like the 30s.
years, they've tended to be smaller, much smaller, and not conducive.
We have more aircraft carriers than the rest of the world combined.
To where we are and where we're going, and peace through strength. But including, we've been building aircraft carriers. We're going to be upping that also. We're going to be going to a superior aircraft. We have the Ford.
But he isn't actually proposing building battleships, is he? No. 100% no. New ship designs take ages to design and build. They take ages and ages and ages and ages. Like, extremely expensive, top of the line. So I guarantee you this is just Donald Trump said it would be cool, and Pete Hegseth was like, yeah, sure, we can do it, and that's that. Like, there is absolutely no way that the tens of thousands of engineers and contractors and people evaluating whatever are going to be like, yep, we're just going to load a 16-pound gun on top of this here boat in 2026. We're just, yep, that's what the design plans call for. We just, artillery. We're going to put artillery on the boat. Yeah, it's not going to happen.
Class, we're going to be upping that to a different class of aircraft carrier. And we haven't built a battleship since 1994. These cutting-edge vessels will be some of the most lethal surface warfare ships. They will be actually the most ever built other than our submarines. We have submarines which will have, in many ways, even more lethality, and we have many of them under construction. Each one of these will be the largest battleship in the history of our country, the largest battleship in the history of the world ever built.
I mean, that might be true because everyone stopped building them a long time ago. So, yeah, that might be true if we built them, which we're not going to.
And again, it's 100 times more powerful than the previous Iowa class, it's called. Those are the big ones that you'd see on a show. Victory at Sea. I don't know if anyone's seen Victory at Sea, but it was a classic. They'll help maintain American military supremacy, revive the American shipbuilding industry, and inspire fear in America's enemies all over the world. We want respect. We're going to have it. We already have it. We're more respected now than we ever were. A year and a half ago, they laughed at us. Now they respect us again at levels that they've never respected us. We envision that these two ships, we're talking about 10, but we're going to start with 2, and we're going to quickly morph into 10. And ultimately, we think it's going to be anywhere from 20 to 25 of these. But we're starting with the first 2.
Didn't we only build a small handful of the Iowa-class battleships? Building 20 modern battleships, as he describes, this is like the entire U.S. GDP. This is like there is a reason aircraft carriers take so long to build, okay? Building gigantic warships is incredibly expensive. They are the largest, most complicated military machines ever built. Nothing else, nothing in the air, nothing at land, nothing else comes close. These are all doctrinally outdated by a century, almost a century. What about a Gundam? Now, if he said he was building a Gundam.
Immediately, and we're going to then be very quickly involved with, I think, we're going to do another 8, and then we're going to
That's how the American empire dies. We spend, we drive ourselves into debt and spend $2.8 trillion building these, and then all of them get sunk to the bottom of the Red Sea by a bunch of bottle rockets fired by the Houthis. It's going to be great.
and pretty quickly have a total of about 20
Hey,
to 25.
Verbino, you and me, same brain.
We envision that these ships will be the first of a whole new class of battleships to be produced in the years to come. From Theodore Roosevelt, the Great White Fleet, you remember that, the Great White Fleet, to the legendary USS Missouri, whose massive guns helped win World War II. America's battleships have always been unmistakable symbols of national power.
That is true. Probably why he cares about them. It's pretty tough to beat the aura of an Iowa-class battleship, you know? This basically ruined all, this ruined, like, all boat nerds forever. Because all modern boats look like shit compared to this. Nothing else comes close. It's just true. It's just true. There's lots of cool shit we're doing on the water, but this is the, so far, the pinnacle of naval aura farming. And maybe one day we find a way to do something better, but for right now, this is it. Guess what the Iowa class did? Artillery, basically nothing else. Yeah, that's sick, though. Because firing missiles just looks kind of lame, you know? Compared to firing a gigantic gun. You don't get this big, dramatic plume of fire if you fire a missile. It's just like, shunk. It goes, shunk. You know? That's just not as cool. It's not as cool.
We stopped making them for whatever reason, I don't know. And I want to congratulate John Thalen, who is your secretary of the Navy. He came to me the first day we met. He talked about battleships, and I said, "You're absolutely on the right track." He said, "Why are we doing other things? We have missiles."
Fucking me at day one of standing normally school. Me with my 2 students. Look at him on the right.
Which are much more expensive. By the way, these battleships have tremendous numbers of missiles, but they also have guns. And in many ways, guns can do the trick just as well as missiles.
No, not really. No, missiles are a lot better than guns for what boats tend to do. I mean, I would prefer a gun to a missile in like a home defense situation, but now when we're talking about what boats typically do nowadays, like the whole like doctrine of the US Navy is we park a carrier group 20 miles off the coast of a country full of brown people we don't like, and then we use that as an air base to just do strafing and bombing runs, you know? Drones, bombers, whatever. We just reduce the whole area to ash. And if anything comes close to the carrier group, it gets reduced to ash.
A tiny fraction of the cost. Once completed, these new 30 to 40,000 ton plus vessels will be the flagships of the American naval fleet, and there has never been anything built like them. And I just want to, be very clear that we're building them here.
FYI, China has about 10,000 anti-white missiles that can hit an aircraft carrier from a minimum of 100 miles away. Anti-white missiles? Holy shit. Maybe J.D. Vance had a point. We need to start shoring up our defenses a little bit. Scary. I didn't know they had that tech.
We're working with others, but we're building them here. We have great Navy yards. We'll be negotiating with some of the companies that are running those yards, taking over the yards. We used to build a ship a day during World War II. Now we don't do ships.
He sounds like Biden now, that like a bunch of spit in his mouth all the time, you know? He sounds like Biden did towards the end of his presidency. He consistently sounds like this now.
Very much anymore. We do military ships, we do submarines. By the way, we're 15 to 20 years advanced in our submarines over anybody else. That was one of the things that I did in my first term. We make the best submarines by far in the world. we're at least 15 years advanced ahead of...
It isn't because of him, but we do have by far the world's best submarines. Submarine tech, satellite tech, in all of the most modern military doctrines, we are on top. Obviously, you know, who knows how long that's going to last at this rate, man.
Anybody else in submarine development. Most powerful, that's right, the most powerful weapon anywhere in the world, undetectable. So the battleships are going to be armed just in terms of guns and missiles at the highest level. They'll also have hypersonic weapons, many hypersonic weapons, state-of-the-art electric rail guns, and even the...
Oh no, we're doing the rail guns again. Ah! Hasn't the Navy sunk enough money on this? Oh my God. We've tried it, man. We've tried it. This is the entire 2027 military budget, okay? It's all going away. It's all going away. I'm going to live to see the United States default in its debt. Jesus fucking Christ. Don't we have a Navy battleship with a railgun on it? The Navy's been trying railguns because they want to experiment with more inexpensive long-range weaponry, right? Like artillery can only fire so far with reasonable accuracy, and missiles are really expensive, you know, especially the newer ones. And the idea is like, if we got good at making a railgun, we could just fire a sniper rifle with a range of like 30 miles, basically, which would be pretty cool. There's just a bunch of problems with it, you know? Maybe one day we get it, but my understanding right now is that our attempts at making a viable railgun that is worth the money that it costs, it just has not worked. Not 30 miles, 100 miles. Oh. The Navy has infinite money. Why are they trying to save on rockets? Because this is the crazy thing. Missiles are actually so expensive that it's a real problem for us. This is how Russia can conduct like multi-years of a total war, but somehow hold it together. It's because they're just using fucking artillery. Like that shit is super, super cheap, you know? An artillery shell is nothing, right? But a missile is incredibly expensive, and you have to find thousands, tens of thousands to like really shell, because missiles and artillery do different things, right? Artillery, you are supposed to blanket an area. Like when you are done using artillery in an area, everything is supposed to be pockmarked. You're not being super accurate. You just level the zone. And missiles are supposed to be more, you know, selective. The problem is that having missiles means that we can't do that kind of general shelling, right? That's the sort of stuff that's meant to be done not with drones or missiles, but with bombers and artillery. You get what I'm talking about? So we're in this weird like middle ground situation where there is actually a doctrinal advantage to artillery, but there are so many disadvantages to overinvesting in it that for the most part we rely on relatively expensive surgical strikes. Yeah, surgical strikes are an America thing, and we are very good at them when we choose to be. If you're ever in range for a railgun, you're already fucked up. Railguns have a very long range, buddy. You're probably within range of a railgun right now. If you're ever within range of a railgun, that's like 100-mile radius or something. Yeah. Not as much as missiles? Well, every living thing on Earth is within missile range of somebody.
Powered lasers that you've been starting to read about.
And I guess it'll have lasers too, sure. Yeah. Okay, it'll have cannons, missiles, rail guns, lasers. Okay, does it have like depth charges? Can it fire torpedoes? What can't it do? Let me know.
You have lasers where you aim the laser at a target and it just wipes it out. We're going to have, there'll be the most sophisticated lasers in the world, and the most sophisticated laser in the world will be on the battleships that we're building. They'll also carry the nuclear.
Are aircraft carriers basically obsolete thanks to drone now? No, no, no. Aircraft carriers and carrier groups are great as long as you're fighting an asymmetrical conflict. If you can park a carrier group off the coast of a weaker nation and keep it there, you can do whatever you want. In a conflict with like China or another country that's capable of striking the carrier group from a great distance with an overwhelming volume of missiles or drones that we couldn't really shoot down, then that might be less useful. But it doesn't mean they're outdated. They just have a different, you know. It's all complicated, man. We don't know what it would look like if America and China fought. We don't know. Like, we can speculate. We genuinely do not know what it would look like. There are lots and lots of people whose job it is to theorize what it would look like, and they come up with a wide range of answers.
Arms, he launched cruise missiles currently under development, which will be instituted pretty quickly.
Okay.
They're under
Like,
development. And
wait, like a new type of cruise missile? Sure.
they've proven to be extremely lethal. The U.S. Navy will lead the design of these ships along with me, because I'm a very aesthetic person, alongside our partners in American industry. And we're going to have Pete Hegseth and Marco and a lot of very talented people involved. But a lot of it's already been done. We've been doing this for months. The construction will create thousands of American jobs. We're going to have the jobs be created. I mean, already we have factories being built unrelated to this, although AI will be a big factor when it comes to these ships. They'll be very AI controlled.
Sam Altman slipped him like a $20 bill before the speech to mention this.
Today's announcement is yet another step in our mission to make the United States Navy stronger than ever before. Again, when you talk about 100 times the power of these massive ships that we
16 times
had
the
years
detail.
ago, it's pretty amazing. And next week, I'm going to meet with the defense prime contractors. I'm going to meet with them here, Florida. And we're going to be talking about production schedules because they're too slow. We have many countries, allies, that are wanting to buy. We make the greatest.
Air Force is spending $9 billion to double just a couple of missile productions because we would run out of them in a war with China in just a few weeks of intensive fighting. Oh yeah, for sure. No, again, missiles are really expensive. Also, we basically don't have a military industrial production base in this country anymore. Don't we have like one factory that produces some of our types of ammunition? Like there's one factory in Ohio or whatever. And it's just like, yep, this is where we produce all of this type of ammunition, you know? China would fucking ruin us. Like, we have the tech. It's just, you know, what are we supposed to do year 2 of the war after all of our biggest, shiniest weapons get blown up, you know? Like, what do you do year 2? Is it in Oklahoma? I worked at Raytheon. We're so reliant on small manufacturers, it's insane. This arms company gets their supplies the old-fashioned way. We like to go organic, you know, local, small batch, cordite, brass, lead.
Equipment in the world by far. Nobody's even close, but they don't produce them fast enough. So we're going to be meeting with them to talk about the production schedules. We're going to have strong production schedules. And the only way they're going to be able to do that is to build new plants. Even with the F-35, we have many people.
I mean, isn't the alternative to have a bunch of idle factories or just be producing infinite weapons in peacetime? So the problem is that, like, we spend hundreds of billions of dollars on R&D, which is, I mean, I guess to be expected, right? But we spend comparatively very little money on stockpiling. And it's just it is objectively a strategic mistake. And the only reason we make that mistake is because it's easier to pitch R&D as an investment project than it is to spend that money on just build like more of what we know already works, basically. It's literally just like venture capital, stars in your eyes, you know, getting dazzled by the next pitch kind of stuff. You know, what is the Pentagon going to spend its money on? Well, definitely not $10 billion, which isn't like too much, right, of a missile class that we use frequently. No. Let's waste it on, I don't know, fucking railgun development. It's just, I'm not saying this is like a leftist critique. It's just objectively a strategic failure of our resource allocation. We are desperately low on a bunch of very often used ammunition types, missiles, artillery shells, tank rounds, like just very basic stuff. And it's just, we just don't produce it. Like we could just spend the money, produce it, and then have it. It would be fine in a bunker for like 20 years, you know? Everyone wants to have their name stamped on the cool thing. Yeah.
Want the F-35 fighter jet, and it takes too long to deliver them to allies or to ourselves. It takes too long. The only way they're going to be able to deliver them is if they build new plants. They don't want to build new plants because that's expensive. So we're going to be discussing production schedules. We're going to be discussing CapEx spending. We'll be discussing the...
I work at a Navy base. There's literally broken heating, potholes, broken elevator. Yeah, well, considering the contractors the Navy works with, the fact that it would cost like $200,000 to fix a pothole probably doesn't make them too excited, the prospect of, working on that.
The pay to executives where they're making $45 and $50 million a year and not being able to build quickly, they're going to make that kind of money. They have to build quickly. Again, we make the best equipment in the world, but they don't make them fast enough. And we're going to be also discussing
He does sound like he's
dividends.
dribbling from his
We
mouth,
want the
yeah.
dividends to go into the creation of production facilities. So we'll be talking about all CapEx, dividends, and the pay. We're also going to be talking about buybacks. They spend so much money on buybacks. They want to buy back their stock. I don't want them to buy back their stock. I want them to put the money in place.
Another great thing that Democrats would never say out loud because they're massive pussies, that Trump can say out loud and get away with it because everyone knows he won't do shit about it.
Plant and equipment so they can build these planes fast, rapidly, like immediately. I mean, I have sold more planes than any president by far times.
This is all propaganda. The U.S. military outproduces basically the whole planet military equipment. That's not true at all. The thing that makes our military special is that it's just ahead of the game by decades. Our satellite tech, our just through that, I guess, our spying ability, the quality of our missiles, the number of aircraft carriers we have, it's very, very advanced. And it's still very, very advanced. We're still ahead of the rest of the world. China has not caught up. But in terms of like ammunition production, no, China laps us. If we got in a well-coordinated conflict with China, I think that we would beat them pretty handily. Like if we had our game face on and we managed our resources effectively. But in a long-term like drag out fight with China, China would lap us easily, 100%. Because again, what happens when we all send our big boats at each other, everything blows up, and then it's round two, you got to start producing more stuff. China can build more tanks, more planes, more ammunition. We can't, nowhere near as fast as them. They have a bigger population. They have more productive capabilities. They have far more factories than we do. So yeah, logistically in the long run, we would fall apart.
Probably 20. So every time I go someplace, I sell 100 planes. That includes commercial planes, Boeings, etc., but it also includes fighter jets. And I'm always having to say 5 years, 6 years, 7 years, helicopters, Apache helicopters, many years. India bought them. They want to get them. They don't want to wait a long time. So we don't want to have executives making $50 million a year, issuing big dividends to everybody, and also doing buybacks. And then they say, well, we don't have the money to build a plant. They got to build plants. Plants to make F-35s. Plants to make helicopters.
Sorry, I didn't mean for this to be like a discussion with the wargaming nerds in chat. It's fine.
Plants to make the F-47 new jet. And that's it. And that's what I'm going to be talking to them about. They're going to start spending money on building airplanes and ships and the things that we need. Not in 10 years and 15 years. We need them now. And we're strong about it. Last week, the Navy announced a brand new class of frigate, and they're going to be working with the South Korean company. Hanwha, a good company, recently agreed to invest $5 billion in Philadelphia Naval Shipyard. We're opening up the Philadelphia Shipyard. Once a great yard. Now it was a long time ago decommissioned, but now it's reopening. Working with the Navy and working with private companies. The record-setting defense bill I signed last week authorized $26 billion to build new ships, including destroyers.
The Air Force is literally retiring more aircraft than it's building. We're going to have a reckoning in the future. Yeah, we probably just took the wrong approach towards development. It was another degenerate liberal bourgeois consequence of our superior position economically during the Cold War. We probably should have just doubled down on domestic production, not focused as much on spending money on the newest, top-of-the-line, fanciest stuff, but rather making something that works really well and then making the fuck out of it. Now we spend so much goddamn money on R&D and weapon maintenance and everything, and how much of this stuff are we actually going to get any use out of? We over-specialize, but also we waste money on stuff that's too generalized. It's just, you have to find stuff that works and then work with it, you know?
And various others. We already have a lot of submarines, as you know, under construction. We're building a lot of submarines. I tell you, to be exact, we have right now.
Anyway, it looks like he's just generally rambling at this point. We got the great stuff. We got the we're building 50 billion brand new golden battleships in the Golden Fleet, and it's going to be super cool, and all of them are going to be so powerful. He's like holding up a crayon drawing of him at on the the mast of one. Good stuff, good stuff. He does sound like shit. He takes an Epstein question later. Yeah, I heard a bit of it. He just completely blows it off. FYI, the Pentagon just failed its audit again. Classic. They are never passing this fucking audit, man. Blow up the Three Gorges Dam? Why? Why kill 100 million Chinese people? To feel something? Not a bad point. Not a bad point. Not a bad point. That'd be a war crime, I think. Yeah, probably. Killing like the like biggest mass death event ever. Yeah, that'd probably be a war crime, I imagine. The United States Marine Corps passed their audit in 2023 and 2024. Yeah, well, it's probably easy to pass an audit when the only thing that you have to maintain purchases of are fucking crayons. What do you need here? Uniforms, crayons, and rations. It's like, yeah, it's condoms? Maybe condoms, yeah. Crayons are the rations? Hmm. That's how they save money. All right. What a wacky, fun-filled day. But aren't they always, you know? Do-do-do. So what I gathered from this, the Pentagon realized it's got to start gearing up for war with China. No, already incorrect. The only reason Trump would do a speech on how he wants to build new battleships is to distract you from the Epstein files. Literally, that's it. Battleships are doctrinally obsolete. They have no place in war nowadays. They do not work. There's a reason that nobody builds them anymore. It is literally just Trump said, wouldn't it be cool if we did this? I want to talk about this. And then they set it up. These are not going to be built. There's no place for battleships in a world with drones or, you know, aircraft carriers. Excuse me. Are we not doing Epstein today? What am I, a trafficked child? No, I'm not doing Epstein today. Well, we already talked about Epstein. What are you talking about? Zing. God, one day I'll be rid of this fucking cough. One day. We'll see, Tesla. 33. We'll see. God, excuse me. Sorry. How do you respond to the both sides are the same? The people need your debate? I'm not sure what you mean. Oh, you're like asking me a prolonged question. Vosh, respond to my messages, man. I know you see them. That's a little bit entitled, don't you think? I'll critique you and then we'll look, okay? Because you put the effort in. But I'll critique you first. Blah, blah, blah. Words, words, words. I'm illiterate. Vosh, respond to my messages, man. You know, I know you see them. You know there's a lot of people watching, right? I'm not trying to shame you. I hope everyone understands, like, every day I check my emails. I have a lot of emails. I have to make decisions about who I do or don't respond to. I go live. There are people in chat, you know, who do I respond to or not? And every once in a while, people, they get it in their head the thing they want to say is really important, so they have to pressure me to stay over. And I don't want to acknowledge every time, because it makes you feel bad too. Isn't there a quiet dignity in posting something and then it doesn't get responded to, but no one, like, made fun of you for pestering the streamer? Because if you keep posting, eventually you put me in a position where I have to bring up, you know, the fact that I don't want to respond to it. And then there is no dignity. To change your email at this point? Nah, wait, what? No, that's stupid. Also, I get fewer emails now than I used to. Vosh, long time fan here. Happy to see you still streaming. I know you don't. Yeah, very long time fan. First message since 2021. Good Lord. Does that make you a long time fan or more like I've been out for a while? Your last message was about Destiny. Hold on now. Let's I'm a little curious what your well, 4 years is a long time, you know? 4 years is a long time. I can't make any assertions about your preferences or predispositions. Hey, I do see you're a League player. Well, you know, whatever. Anyway, I know you don't do debates anymore because now Republicans are too bad faith, but I really think that's missing the point. I'm 25 and recently went out with my coworkers for drinks. I was the only liberal and I got them to agree on a lot, man. Yeah, that's good. But keep in mind, the people, when you talk to coworkers, you're talking to people that you know, people you have a relationship with. Those are earnest, authentic, interpersonal conversations. Whereas on my hand, like, as soon as you bring a person on, overwhelmingly, when I talk to people, their job is being a conservative, right? Like, their longevity, their ability to pay their bills comes down to them being a conservative. There is no authenticity here and no room to reach out to them, you know? And even if they aren't, even if they have no financial tie, they're still put in a defensive position because they're coming on the lefty stream, you know, to argue their position. These aren't authentic interpersonal engagements. Yeah, but debates are about winning the audience, not their opponent. Yes, that is true. But, and again, this kind of depends on the context of the conversation. We've had this talk a bunch before. In an environment where the audiences on the right are so primed for bad faith, gleefully bad faith, you know, engagement, I've found there's just not really much moving them through persuasion. I think you can move them over through mockery, right? I think that accusing them of being terrible, miserable, wretched people who are lashing out because their lives suck, I think that works pretty well. Genuinely, I do. I think pointing out that they're standing on a column of sand, I think that works pretty good. But what am I going to do? I can't really do that to another person, right? Like, if I brought on a right-wing YouTuber, what am I going to do? Have them sit there while I debase them for an hour? You idiots are going to say yes, but in reality, that doesn't work at all for a conversation, you know? It's preachy, it's a waste of time, and it also masks a legitimate and authentic element of the dynamic, which is that I feel nothing but contempt for them. So much so that I don't even want to denigrate myself by exposing me to them, you know? I hate them. It's not a bit. They're evil. I hate evil, you know? They don't have to be that way. They could just stop being evil, right? But it kind of undercuts my sincere distaste for me to be like, all right, now we have X influencer on. Now everything this person has ever said has been a transparent lie, and they know it, and they don't care. So let's engage with this. Like, I don't want to do that, you know? But that does not mean you can't genuinely convince like regular people in your day-to-day life. Your family, your friends, your coworkers, these are people that you can reach, but the circumstances of your engagement with them are totally different than anything I can do up here, you know? The context in which I'm having these convos, potentially having these convos, totally different. So just keep that in mind, you know? I don't think you should write off everyone in your life if they're right-wing. Obviously, some people are too far gone, and you do need to be able to identify that, but it's kind of a, you know. Young Republicans hate Trump more than ever, and I think society would benefit from you destroying their common arguments again. Well, hold on. If a person is a young Republican who hates Trump, my assumption there is that they're a groyper. Like, you hate Trump, why? Because he hasn't been good enough at deporting the Mexicans or whatever? My, like, instant assumption there is that they're just a Nazi, right? Maybe not necessarily, but, you know. I think you're a smart guy. I'd like to hear you respond to the both sides at the same talking points in a conversation. That was our biggest disagreement. Well, I mean, in a lot of ways, I do think that both sides are the same with regard to like inauthenticity and the puppeteering of capital. But if you have to have an inauthentic puppet running the government, I would rather one that is not openly maliciously evil and incompetent, I suppose. The argument here is for a political wing that is not incompetent, evil, malicious, or inauthentic, right? But that's a positive case for the left. I guess conversations like that, at least in my experience, have to start not with who you want to support, because that's a slave mentality thing. Which master do you think would beat us the least? No. What do you want from your life? Like actively, what changes do you want made to the country? You know? And once you start from that perspective, what do you actually want? I think basically everyone starts to sound like a lefty because we're good and we represent virtue and we're blessed by God and we're going to heaven. They're not. So as soon as you get down to the brass tacks, I think people start saying stuff like, well, I'd like it for people to be happy and for them to have, you know, access to good resources and opportunities. And it's like, okay, now let's talk at how you get there and so on. Yeah, get me. You get me. You're behind, Dennis the Peasant. I watched a Dean debate recently, and he's just not as good as you were back in your day. Yeah, but Dean also doesn't have my immense contempt for the opposition. Didn't Dean cry when Charlie Kirk was shot? Am I correct on that? Yes? Okay, yeah, like I said, immense contempt. I think that right now the debate space has a lot more of these, with respect, insufferable liberals in it, because it's a lot easier to do this smarmy, like, well, you can't do X, but I could, if you are representing a side. But my position right now is that I don't really want anyone to be president. Like, there's no one, I don't think AOC is up for it. I don't think Bernie's up for it because he's 50 million years old. I don't really have much of an affirmative case to make in terms of people. I have an affirmative case to make in terms of policy, you know? I want to talk about policy. I want to talk about virtue and ideology. So, you know, I think that it's easy to look smart or to be smart even if you're a liberal and your job is arguing that RFK Jr. lies about vaccines. right? Like, that's really easy. Going up there and being like, did you know RFK Jr. isn't good at math or science or whatever? Did you know that all these Trump officials, all these cronies are bad? But then the question comes, well, what would you rather have? And I don't really want Kamala Harris or Gavin Newsom or whoever the fuck, so I don't really have anything there. I guess my answer would be like, you need to break free of the cycle, brother, my brother in Christ. Join me in Agartha, you know? Agartha's gates are open to all who believe. Okay, but it's almost never that simple. I'm not sure what you mean. There are conflicting incentives involved. It's almost never this guy over here is a sociopathic demon. Well, the Republicans in office right now are sociopathic demons and pedophiles. Like, they're actually the worst of the worst. They are evil. They are Satan incarnate. They are deserving of that degree of contempt. And everyone whose job relies on defending those people or lying to cover them just so they can continue to cynically mop up whatever advertiser dollars they can scrape from the prospect. Yeah, these people are immensely evil, you know? I guess I just had a little bit more stomach for talking with them back when I was under the possibly mistaken, but in many cases still then true belief that some of them believed what they thought. Because there is something human about having an authentic belief, right? Definitely not anymore. Definitely not anymore. Definitely not. But that day will come again. Maybe I'll turn out to be one of those insufferable gray zone types in the long run, where I end up mostly arguing with liberals because the Republicans are so beneath my contempt. Like what kind of conversation can you even have with a Republican these days? Seriously, they're not even worth it. You just have to mock them. They're actually beneath conversation. At least the liberals, I don't know. We need to have like Gavin Newsom stands on, so I can be like, can you explain to me whether or not Gavin Newsom was serving girl boss energy when he did these 57 really terrible things as governor of California? Will you have any Kamala stands on? No, you guys call me racist enough as it is. I don't really need to add on to that. I mean, unironically kind of good content. Yeah, I guess so. I feel like we don't really talk about leftism that much anymore because the world is in such a shit. It feels like a holdover, you know? Like, wow, Bernie lost, you know, get over it. Leftism, we're going to be lucky if civilization is even intact enough in 4 years to argue for... Like, it might very well be the case that America is so financially fucked in 2028 that it would not be possible to advocate for Medicare for all. Like, that's not even impossible. There's a very real possibility that in a short time, the country gets railed into the ground so thoroughly that things that were previously possible become impossible. And if you said, I want Medicare for all, the only response you could responsibly make to it would be, I would love that too, but that's not possible anymore. So, yeah, I don't know. I guess you always have to keep the torch up, right? You always have to have an idea of what to fight for. Come on, Vosh, Medicare for all costs less than not having it. No, Medicare for all costs less than what we have now. We could get rid of what we have now and then have nothing, and then Medicare for all would cost more than that. It can always get worse. How do you argue with Groypers online? You don't? They don't want to argue. I've never seen a Groyper argue. They just post the frogs. They frog post and they say they're noticing stuff. Like, what do you they're not want to argue? They're like a youth gang, you know? That'd be like I don't know, it'd be like going to the basketball court when the rowdy kids are out and trying to like engage them in spirited debate, you know, and every time you make a good point or you rebut their argument, they're like, yeah, well, you're fucking gay. What are you doing with that? They're right. You're a fan of mine. You probably are gay. You know, they're kind of kicking your ass. Everyone out here trying to have arguments with fucking Kuno and Martinez. So just ignore them? I don't know. Call them fake and gay. I can't give you the whole script. Call them fake and gay, and then they call you fake and gay, and then you call them fake and gay, and just keep doing it back and forth, and eventually one of you will stop responding because your mom called you in because it's dinner time, and then that's that. I can't give you all the pieces. I assume Vosh, you watched that Thought Slime vid, Don't Argue with Fascists, or whatever it's called? No. I'm sorry to say, and I will take credit on this one, in large part because of my distaste for Thought Slime particularly, for reasons that I don't fully remember at this point, but my position on the value and strategy to arguing with the right has been pretty, I would say, self-taught. You know, this is like a development that I've made over time. You know, my positions have evolved considerably. I don't think I was wrong back in 2020 or whatever, you know. I think I was right then. And now the world is different, and so am I. That's life. That's material conditions, baby. That's how it's meant to work. Well, you look great. Thank you. Have you given up on the Democrats completely? No. Well, I don't really know what that means. What if the Democrats became completely different? Then would I have given up on them? I don't know. Right now, the Democratic Party, as it exists today, is fucking dog shit and worthless and produces worthless dog shit leaders. So right now, I'm not exactly hoping for a miracle, but maybe something changes. I mean, if they became base, then I guess I would acknowledge they've become base. I don't want to, you know, sink future prospects. There are real people in the Democratic Party. They're just too far from the top. I'm hungry. Guess what I ordered today? Well, no, I ordered it a while ago. Guess what arrives today? A pull-up bar. A door frame pull-up bar. Unfortunately, I'm realizing right this moment that I forgot to order any rings. I cannot do a pull-up. So I won't be able to do anything but like negatives, I guess. I'll need the rings to be able to do like angled pull-ups until I'm strong enough to do the... Yeah, I'm going to have to do the hover cucking. Yeah. Been getting more into the calisthenic stuff. Negatives will get you there. Yeah, no. Negatives are very important. Absolutely. You going to finish Expedition 33? I will probably not have the time to do E33 until after Christmas. As soon as stream ends today, I need to get working on Christmas dinner preparation. I'm making a bunch of the meals this year. I'm going to have all of my, well, not all, I guess. There's always friends that can't make it, but a lot of my friends over. And we're going to be making quite a bit. And I'm not a good cook. So I have to put, like, it's a little bit daunting to me, you know? Going to be preparing tuna slop for the gang. We'll see. We'll see. Is it mainstream now, ring training? Well, hasn't it always been? Where you use rings in a band so that you can do pull-ups at an angle, thereby allowing, if you're too weak to do a full pull-up, you can do you're basically doing like a row, you know, or like a pull down at an angle. It's not exactly niche. Yeah. Like most people can't do a pull-ups are pretty tough. Pull-ups are pretty difficult. I'm not going to hedge my bets with this one and pretend that this was something that I could do back when I was fit. Even when I was in pretty decent shape, I could never do a pull-up. Skill issue? That is true. Yes, absolutely. But I'll try to get there, you know. Wouldn't it shift what muscles are engaged a bit? I'm not sure what you mean. The rings? Only slightly, you know? A pull-up is a very complex, compound exercise that gets a bunch of your muscles involved, you know? Depending on what grip you're using, you might target the outer or inner back more, but you're doing a lot with that one, you know? You're doing a lot. Bodyweight exercise, really great too, don't forget. Yeah, I have not great wrists, just never have been great, you know, nothing to do with an injury or whatever. But I got these nice, super overpriced push-up handles. But I thought that maybe I could use these for like light dips as well. You know, like obviously they only come up a little bit off the ground. But if you stretch your legs out all the way forward, you have like a bit of a range of motion. You know what I mean? Anyway, these feel pretty good. They were way too much, but all the other ones were really ugly, you know? So I wanted to go with ones that look nice, because if you hold on to them for long enough, eventually you should do some 4-hour training to strengthen your wrists. Oh, actually, my grip strength is like the only part of my like high school strength that stuck around. My grip is 160 pounds. Maybe it's 150 now. It's been a little bit. Rest of it's all shit. Important question, left-leaning economically. Wait. One talking point from the right your friend keeps resorting to is the great replacement stuff. Suggesting black people will outbreed white people. Once they're the majority, they'll treat white people the same way we treated them. What do you suggest can be done to argue against it? I think that your friend might have a sexual fetish that is influencing their understanding of the world. If your friend is mentally present enough to be economically left-leaning and like they're your friend, you know, they can breathe and tie their shoelaces and stuff, but they genuinely think that like Somali people are going to come to the United States, have more children, and then they're going to elect the Somali government, and then they're going to say white people now can't live in these neighborhoods or whatever. Your friend is either schizophrenic, like genuinely, like they have a hole in their brain that's causing paranoia about an issue that isn't justifiable rationally, or they have a fixation on the idea of being made subservient to black people, and it's affecting them emotionally, and they're processing it in this way, you know? I'm being serious. I know that sounds kind of heavy-handed, but like that is crazy. Oh, thank you, Delansky. All right, so just therapy. I mean, you might want to ask where that belief comes from, I guess. Like, America has been around for a long time. Western Europe, those countries have been around for over a millennia in many cases in various forms, and what they're describing has never happened. Like, ever. And there are tons of examples of countries where a racial minority led and dominated a racial majority. So, like, where is this coming from? Like, black people and white people have lived in harmony with each other interpersonally in this country for over a century. Like, there's been systemic racism, of course, but like day to day, you go outside, here's a white person, here's a black person, and they're like, chill, you know? It's fine. So where is this coming from? You know? It's not like they're tightly mobilized groups with separate cultures and communication styles or whatever. Black and white people fraternize constantly. And you know what happens if you're a white guy and you go into a community that's like 90% black? It's chill. Like, you can just go there and hi. You know what happens if you're a black guy and you go into a community that's 90% white? Overwhelmingly, you're also fine. Like, it's not all sundown towns, man. It's a tiny minority of the mostly white communities. You could just be in like New England, right? You could be a black guy. You visit like Delaware. It's fine. It's all fine. People are fine. I gotta read donos. I love Duckies. Thank you for the $5. What are some of your favorite Christmas movies? I'm not really a big Christmas guy myself, to be honest, but it's hard to beat A Christmas Story. You know, they did a promotional deal with Canes recently. Stoveball, thank you for the $5. I went to an IRL Buck Mason today. I already bought some Buck Mason stuff online, but going in person and talking to people who know their shit so much better. Yeah, Buck Mason staff tend to be really good. Dude, I got fucking service mogged at Glasswing the other day, okay? Glasswing is a retailer for high-end, like Japanese and other clothing brands over here in Seattle. I went in there. I have not been in store in Glasswing for 2 months, okay? I went in there. One of the men made eye contact with me. He was dressed beautifully, by the way, you know, made eye contact with me. He was like, oh, so wonderful to see you again. Ian, right? And internally, I'm like, this fucking guy, he doesn't work for commission, does he? Yeah, hey. And then he was like, oh, it's wonderful to see you again. He had a conversation with me about the shit that I had before. I tried some shirts from Lady White on, and he was like, I know you enjoyed the Mersby Schwanen shirts that you had before. I bought those 1.5 years ago. What the fuck? They're so good there. That's crazy. They might actually keep like a portfolio on big buyers there, but I have not actually bought that much from Glasswing. Certainly not compared to some other people who go there, I imagine. He watches every stream. That's a possibility. That's happened to me before, yeah. I've heard that, Stellar, but I gotta go soon. Anyway, it was very, 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 very nice. Very nice. Some people just have really good memories. All the people at Glasswing know what they're doing, know what they're talking about. I got this from Glasswing that same day. They were having a maker's market on ceramics and pottery. And this is from a Seattle ceramics artist. Look, in my big hand, my thumb perfectly covers the flat top of the handle. It actually fits perfectly, you know? It looks very cool. Yeah, it was made by a Seattle resident. Bro got upsold hard. No, I've gone into Glasswing and then not bought anything quite a few times. How much have I spent at Glasswing? I don't actually think it's been that much. Maybe he really was a fan. Or they. I should always say they in Seattle. I never know, right? Euclidean Kennedy, thank you for the $5. Heavily recommend Eddington and read this review. Really insightful and clever. I'll take a look at the review off stream. I'll keep the tab open. Thank you. The Zach of all trades, thank you for the super kind $10. I literally just started my company 1 year ago and I'm already looking for Fed contracts. They're lucrative. There's a ton of money in there, 100%. Yeah. Absolutely. It makes sense. Thief OS, thank you for the super, super kind $25 dono. Happy holidays, Vosh. Pick a Marvel or DC hero to represent your bookmark, please, in TY. Unfortunately, anime breaks theming of my browser and can't have that. To represent my bookmark? You mean like in your Chrome window or whatever else? Put me as Ozymandias. That's DC, right? Della, thank you for the tier 4 sub. Really appreciate that. Thank you, thank you. Super nice of you. Sabaka, thank you for the tier 2 sub. I'm going to take a look at the not properly censored stuff in the Epstein files tomorrow, for sure. Sake, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. It's too funny how Trump's FBI covered up pedophile stuff by deleting PDF files. Yeah, no kidding. It's really, really funny. And they're trying to cover up the cover-up of the cover-up, you know? Incredibly high IQ behavior on their part. Lectic, thank you for the tier 1 sub. The Ghost Maker, on God, I promise I'll finish Expedition 33 soon, you know? It's just been the holidays. I got sick, vacation, sick. We had Thanksgiving, there's Christmas. I'm trying my best, you know? Slimy Nuggets, thank you for the 670. Really appreciate that. Thank you, Vosh. Some of your advice helped with my social anxiety, and this week I went door knocking for congressional candidate Mae Vang. Nice! Well done. What a big step up. That's wonderful. McScoots, thank you for the $10. As an Iowan, I always found it weird there was a class of battleships named after a landlocked state in the dead center of the country. Probably a good reason for it, I imagine, on the Wikipedia page. But yeah, it is a little bit funny. Certainly no docks over there in Iowa. Coyote2, thank you for the tier 1 sub. This is how you argue with chuds. Uh-oh. A screenshot. You hate my ass. Musk's AI data center traps residents in rotten stench. Oh well, who cares? Hello, bot. You're my... Alright. You got your rapid exhalation. You got the exhale. What do you want from me, you piece of shit? All right, let me read some super chats. Shikigami-chan, thank you for the $5. What do you wish for after Christmas and New Year's Eve? I'd like to really get into fitness, you know? I think that for the most part, I have seen really positive benefit. I've seen really positive outcomes just from the basic stretches that I've been getting into, and I want the discipline and strength of character to continue with that, even though I am, generally speaking, forgetful and lazy. So we'll see what I can do. Exendu, thank you for the $2. Tacalmo99, thank you for the $5. James Robinson and Eleanor Carlson, thank you both likewise. I really appreciate that. Thank you, thank you. Community is why I want to raise my future kids in Brazil. I'm not going to lie, yeah, the prospect of raising children here in the United States, where there are like no children and no future and everyone hates parents, I don't know. Very anti-family. Sounds tough. Still alive, thank you for the $20. Rebecca Watson thinks the social media ban in Australia is bad because data doesn't back up that it ruins kids' brains and will lead to lazy parenting, not really learning real issues with their kids. Do you agree? I would have to see Rebecca Watson's arguments on the subject. It is very, very possible, and in fact, I've heard this from many people, it is very possible that the Australian government's implementation of the ban was shit and doo-doo from a butt. You know? Totally possible. I think that in principle, I stand with the ban. You know? In principle. Kids are already getting around it. Yeah, pretty tough to do that. Yes, I do advocate joining DSA. Maybe you can make your local branch less ineffective and insufferable if they are those things, you know? Who knows? Who could say? You could, if you went outside. Emish, thank you for the $10. Really appreciate that. Yeah, we'll see if the Trump Patriot Games even happen. Like, basically everything he's hurriedly announced in the past couple of weeks, I wonder if it is just an Epstein distraction stuff. Seriously, think of how much stuff he's mentioned just in the past couple of weeks, you know? I bet a lot of it's not going to happen at all. Malta Boy and Paloma Del Mar, thank you for the $5 both. How many times did Epstein show up in the Trump files? We'll find out if we ever get an unredacted version. Shikigami-chan, thank you for the $2. Vosh is slowly becoming the leftist Joker, not going to lie. Tempting as it is to allow myself to become the last character in Disco Elysium, no spoilers. No, look, it's all based on caring, not nihilism. That being said, we are in we are in the shit right now, and we're going to be in the shit for a long time. So the only hope we have of coming out the other end functional and not like completely jaded is by having a very sturdily built inner world, which is why I advocate for that so strongly. Zelexu, thank you for the $2. Zeal Two Feathers, thank you for the 3 $2 donos. SS Lolita class, yeah. The fucking name it after what he cares about most. Flop Bingus Republic, thank you for the $2 and $5 donos. The U.S. could easily reopen and rebuild munition factories and mines. The resources to produce are still here. That's what happened with World War II. I don't think that we could. Because in World War II, we were revving up an already production-based economy. The economy was already industrial in nature. Now it's all like service and tech and whatever. So the resources might still be there, but could you actually muster like the factories and the factory workers? We can't even build stuff. Could we even build the factories in time? It took us 18 months to build the Empire State Building. How quickly do you think in the world today we could build the factories that would be required for like a real effort, you know? I don't know. Shikigami-chan, I've had Jersey Mike's before. It's good. Not the best food I've ever had, but you know, we can't all be meals from my brother. Rubles, there are things that I miss about Twitch, but it's not really about Twitch's functions. It's more about Twitch's culture, you know? Sometimes I do feel a little bit out of step with my audience, which is largely political, when in my brain, I'm still like emote spamming all the time, basically. You know what I mean? Like, the internal world is still very much like informed by Twitch streaming. Delonsky22, thank you for the super kind $10. I really appreciate that. Thank you for your voice. You don't know how helpful it is to have someone to listen when you're surrounded by insanity in Dallas. Well, look, there are good people in Dallas, but I mean, maybe not so many around you at this moment. Hope you're doing well over there in one of the few states that has an economy, at least. So it's you know, it's not, I don't know, Montana. Yeah. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Very kind of you. Did you ever get your Twitch back? I have my Twitch. I just don't trust their terms of service. Kowalski, thank you for the $5. I'm not a fan of being sick, but I did manage to keep my dumb cows alive today. If I perish tonight, one of you has to go get them water in the morning. Thank you. All right, everyone. We're all collectively responsible for Kowalski's cows if he passes in the night, okay? Everyone follow? Whoa, I thought you were a permit. I got unpermit a long time ago. Elias the Mad, thank you for the $5. Hey, Vosh, I lost a big friend group a while ago, and I can't shake the feeling that it was my fault. I've had trouble making friends since. Any advice? Sure. Maybe it was your fault. Maybe it wasn't. That doesn't really matter to the now, okay? What you're probably struggling with is that you are seeing tiny fragments of your old friend group in the interactions that you're having now, and they're not shaping up properly, right? You're beginning with the end in mind. How do you make a new friend? How do you start over from beginning, right? Like you're still caught on, you're anchored to your memories of the past. It's tough, it really is. Look, maybe you fucked things up royally with your previous friend group. Maybe maybe it was more their fault. You can explore that with time, but what you need to focus on right now is learning to think of new interactions in their own context. You know? You need to be able to engage with these new interactions, these new people, as their own individual, unique circumstances that could lead in new directions, that could imply new things about them or about you, to be open to what you're interested in, to rediscover how you operate outside the context of that friend group. Look, I've been there before, buddy, losing a friend group and feeling kind of like adrift. I understand it, you know? But it's very much a solvable problem. It is lonely, but you know, you get there. Here, let me remind you good things exist. Look at this. What are you up to? Just woke up. Mm-hmm. Eat. Do you wish to escape? Do you wish to escape? Excellent. All right, I gotta go. Everyone take care. Have a wonderful day. And I should be able to see you tomorrow, though it's possible that if I stream tomorrow, it'll be a shorter stream for the reasons I explained before. I've got cooking to do. So take care.